The desperate flight began on a Tuesday morning in July, when the summer heat had already turned Privet Drive into a shimmering ribbon of asphalt that seemed to stretch endlessly toward nowhere in particular. Harry Potter, barely 8 years old, and still small enough that his oversized hand-me-down clothes hung from his frame like fabric draped over a scarecrow, crouched in the cupboard under the stairs and tried to make himself invisible. Above his head, Uncle Vernon's voice boomed through the house with the particular quality of rage that Harry had learned to recognize as the most dangerous kind. Not the quick, explosive anger that came with a swift cuff to the ear, but the slow-burning fury that built like steam in a kettle until something had to give way. The trouble had started 3 days ago with Aunt Marge. Harry pressed his back against the cupboard wall and closed his eyes, wishing he could somehow sink through the wood and disappear entirely. The memory of what had happened played behind his eyelids with the vivid clarity that comes from replaying a moment of disaster over and over again. Aunt Marge had been holding her teacup, the one with the tiny pink roses that Aunt Petunia treasured, when she'd made one of her usual comments about Harry's parents. Something about his father being a drunk and his mother being worse than worthless. Harry hadn't meant to make anything happen. He never meant to make anything happen. But something inside him had twisted with a familiar hot anger, and suddenly Aunt Marge's teacup had lifted from her hands and begun floating in lazy circles around her head, spilling Earl Grey in a graceful arc across the pristine tablecloth. The screaming had been immediate and terrible. Aunt Marge had stumbled backward, pointing at the floating cup with a trembling finger, while Uncle Vernon's face had turned that particular shade of purple that meant someone was going to pay dearly for this embarrassment. Aunt Petunia had stood frozen in the doorway, her horse-like face pale with what Harry recognized as that specific mixture of fear and disgust she reserved for anything that reminded her too forcefully of the world her sister had vanished into. The cup had crashed to the floor when Harry's concentration broke, shattering into pieces that scattered across the kitchen tiles like accusations. In the silence that followed, Harry had felt the familiar cold dread settle in his stomach. He'd known, with the certainty that comes from years of painful experience, that this time would be different. This time would be worse. Uncle Vernon had sent Aunt Marge home with fumbling excuses about gas leaks and pressure changes, his voice tight with barely controlled humiliation. Then he'd turned his attention to Harry with the methodical focus of a man who had finally reached the end of his considerable patience. The punishment had been swift and brutal. Uncle Vernon's meaty hands had grabbed Harry by the shoulders and shaken him until his teeth rattled, all while hissing about freaks and abnormality, and how they'd tried to beat this nonsense out of him, but clearly hadn't tried hard enough. The belt had come next, and then the long hours locked in the cupboard without food or water, listening to the muffled conversations about what to do with him now that he'd finally gone too far. Harry had heard enough through the thin walls to understand that his situation had fundamentally changed. Uncle Vernon spoke in hushed tones about institutions and special schools for disturbed children. Aunt Petunia's voice carried notes of relief mixed with guilt as she agreed that perhaps it was time to admit they couldn't handle him anymore. They'd done their duty, she kept saying. They'd tried their best. But some children were simply too damaged to help. The irony wasn't lost on Harry, even at 8 years old, that the very people who had spent his entire life trying to damage him were now declaring him too broken to fix. So when Uncle Vernon's footsteps approached the cupboard on that sweltering Tuesday morning, and Harry heard the distinctive jingle of car keys, he knew this was his last chance. Through the crack under the door, he could see Uncle Vernon's polished black shoes and hear him muttering about appointments and paperwork and finally being rid of the problem once and for all. The moment Uncle Vernon's footsteps retreated toward the kitchen, Harry eased open the cupboard door with the careful silence of someone who had spent years learning to move like a ghost in his own home. The hallway stretched before him, empty and filled with the golden dust motes that danced in the morning sunlight streaming through the front window. From the kitchen came the sounds of Uncle Vernon gathering his things and Aunt Petunia running water for the washing up, their voices a low murmur of conversation about schedules and arrangements. Harry didn't hesitate. He slipped from the cupboard like smoke, his bare feet silent on the carpeted stairs as he crept toward the front door. His heart hammered against his ribs with such force he was certain the sound would give him away. But the conversation in the kitchen continued uninterrupted. The front door handle turned under his small hand with a soft click that seemed to echo like thunder in his ears. Then he was outside, standing on the front step of number 4 Privet Drive in nothing but his 2 large pajamas and bare feet, blinking in the sudden brightness of a world he'd rarely been allowed to explore unsupervised. The morning air hit his skin with a coolness that made him shiver, despite the promised heat of the day ahead. For a moment, he simply stood there, overwhelmed by the enormity of what he'd just done, and the vast uncertainty of what came next. Behind him, the house remained quiet. Uncle Vernon and Aunt Petunia hadn't yet discovered his absence, but Harry knew it wouldn't be long. Uncle Vernon was methodical in his routines, and checking on Harry before leaving for important appointments was part of that routine. Harry had perhaps minutes before the alarm was raised, and the search began. The thought spurred him into motion. He ran. His bare feet slapped against the hot pavement as he sprinted down Privet Drive, past the identical houses with their identical gardens and identical expressions of suburban contentment. A few early morning joggers looked at him strangely. This small boy in oversized pajamas, running as if his life depended on it. But no one stopped to ask questions. Harry supposed that even the concerned adults of Little Whinging had their limits when it came to involving themselves in other people's domestic situations. He ran until his lungs burned and his legs shook with exhaustion, taking random turns whenever he reached a corner, driven by nothing more coherent than the desperate need to put as much distance as possible between himself and the only home he'd ever known. The suburban streets of Little Whinging gave way to busier roads lined with shops and businesses, and eventually to the sprawling confusion of London proper, though Harry had no clear idea of where he was or how he'd gotten there. The city was vast and overwhelming in a way that made Harry feel even smaller than usual. Cars rushed past in endless streams, their engines creating a constant rumble that seemed to vibrate through the pavement and into his bones. People hurried along the sidewalks with the focused determination of those who had important places to be, their faces carefully neutral in the way of city dwellers who had learned not to see too much of the misery around them. Harry tried to make himself invisible among them, but he was painfully aware of how out of place he looked. His pajamas, which had been much too large when Dudley had outgrown them years ago, now hung on his thin frame like a tent. His bare feet were already cut and bleeding from the rough pavement, leaving small spots of red on the concrete that marked his passage like a trail of breadcrumbs. The summer sun climbed higher, turning the city into a maze of glass and stone that reflected heat back at him from every surface. Hunger gnawed at his stomach with increasing insistence. Harry couldn't remember the last time he'd eaten a proper meal, and the adrenaline that had carried him through his escape was beginning to fade, leaving behind a bone-deep weariness that made each step more difficult than the last. He found himself moving more slowly, staying closer to the buildings where there was at least some shade, and trying to ignore the way people's eyes seemed to linger on him with mixtures of pity and disapproval. It was fear, more than exhaustion, that finally drove him to seek shelter. A police car had cruised slowly down the street where Harry was walking, the officers inside scanning the sidewalks with the careful attention of people looking for something specific. Harry's blood had turned to ice in his veins as he imagined Uncle Vernon's voice on the phone, reporting a disturbed nephew who had run away and needed to be returned immediately for his own safety. The nearest refuge he could find was a narrow alleyway between 2 tall buildings, the kind of forgotten urban space that collected trash and shadows in equal measure. Harry pressed himself against the brick wall and tried to become part of the mortar, his whole body trembling with more than just the cold that seemed to seep from the stones, even on this warm day. The police car passed without slowing, but Harry remained frozen against the wall for long minutes afterward, his heart gradually settling back to something approaching a normal rhythm. It was only when he finally relaxed enough to really look at his surroundings that he noticed something strange about the wall behind him. The bricks were moving. Not dramatically, not in any way that would catch the attention of the adults hurrying past the mouth of the alley, but definitely moving. They seemed to fold in on themselves and then unfold again, creating an opening where moments before there had been solid wall. Harry blinked hard, wondering if exhaustion and hunger were making him hallucinate, but the movement continued with a gentle, almost hypnotic rhythm. Without really deciding to do it, Harry stepped closer to the shifting bricks. The moment his hand touched the wall, the transformation accelerated, bricks sliding aside with barely a whisper of sound to reveal an archway that definitely hadn't been there seconds before. Beyond the archway lay a cobblestone street that looked like something from a history book, lined with shops that seemed to lean against each other for support, their windows filled with displays that made no sense at all. A sign hanging above one shop showed a cauldron that actually bubbled and steamed. Another advertised something called owl treats in letters that glowed soft gold in the shadowy street. Through one window, Harry could see what looked like books that were trying to bite each other, while a harried-looking woman attempted to separate them with a long wooden stick. Harry stood at the threshold between the London alley and this impossible street, his rational mind insisting that none of this could be real, while his eyes provided undeniable evidence to the contrary. The exhaustion and fear of the past few hours seemed suddenly distant, replaced by a wonder that felt almost painful in its intensity. Whatever this place was, it was clearly where he belonged, in a way that Privet Drive had never been. The decision to step through the archway felt less like a choice, and more like recognition, as if some part of him had always known that there were doorways in the world that led to places like this, and he'd simply been waiting for the right moment to find one. The cobblestones felt warm under his bare feet, not with the harsh heat of sun-baked pavement, but with something that seemed to come from within the stones themselves. The street bustled with activity despite the early hour, though the people moving through it were unlike anyone Harry had ever seen. Some wore long robes in rich colours that swept dramatically around their feet. Others were dressed more conventionally, but with small details that marked them as citizens of this strange place. A hat that sparkled with what might have been real stars, gloves that left trails of silver light when the wearer gestured, shoes that made no sound at all against the cobblestones. Everyone seemed to have somewhere important to be, and no one paid particular attention to one small boy in ill-fitting pajamas. Harry found this both reassuring and slightly disappointing. After a lifetime of unwanted attention for his strangeness, he'd somehow expected that in a place where strangeness seemed to be the norm, he might finally fit in. Instead, he remained as invisible as he'd always been, just another lost child in a world full of wonders he couldn't begin to understand. The street stretched ahead of him, lined with shops whose purposes he could only guess at. Apothecaries filled with jars containing things that definitely weren't meant for healing anything human. Bookshops where the volumes seemed to rearrange themselves when no one was looking directly at them. A clothing store where the mannequins occasionally adjusted their poses or smoothed down their robes with movements too fluid to be mechanical. At the far end of the street, dominating the view like a white marble mountain, stood a building that was clearly the most important structure in this impossible place. It rose in elegant towers and graceful arches, its surface gleaming in the morning light with an almost metallic sheen. Even from a distance, Harry could sense the weight of age and authority that surrounded it, the way it seemed to anchor the entire street like the keystone of an arch. Golden lettering across its facade spelled out words in a language Harry didn't recognize, but somehow the meaning settled in his mind as clearly as if he'd been reading English. Gringotts Wizarding Bank. Below that, in smaller but equally golden letters, a warning that sent a shiver down his spine. Enter, stranger, but take heed of what awaits the sin of greed. The word wizarding echoed in Harry's thoughts with a resonance that felt almost like recognition. Magic. This was a place where magic was not only real but commonplace, where the floating teacups and strange accidents that had marked Harry's entire life would be understood rather than punished. The relief of that realization was so overwhelming that his knees nearly gave way beneath him. He approached the bank with growing confidence, his bare feet carrying him across the cobblestones with steps that felt surer than any he'd taken in his entire 8 years of life. The closer he got to the building, the more impressive it became. The marble wasn't just white, but seemed to contain swirls of silver and gold that caught the light and threw it back in patterns that hurt to look at directly. The doors were bronze, polished to a mirror shine, and decorated with symbols that seemed to shift and change when Harry wasn't looking at them straight on. Flanking the entrance stood 2 figures that made Harry's breath catch in his throat. They were definitely not human, though they walked upright and wore what looked like uniforms of deep green velvet with gold trim. They were perhaps a foot shorter than the average adult, with long fingers that ended in sharp nails and faces that were angular in a way that suggested something altogether more predatory than human. Their eyes glittered with an intelligence that was both ancient and calculating, and when one of them looked directly at Harry, he felt as if he were being assessed and catalogued with the thoroughness of a jeweler examining a particularly interesting gemstone. These, Harry realized with a certainty that came from somewhere deeper than rational thought, were goblins, not the twisted fairy tale creatures of children's stories, but something far more complex and dignified. Beings who had built this impossible place and made it function according to rules that were entirely their own. The goblin who had been studying Harry stepped forward, his movements precise and economical. When he spoke, his voice carried the weight of centuries and the sharp edge of someone who was accustomed to being obeyed without question. "You are not dressed for banking, young human," the goblin observed, his tone neither cruel nor kind, but simply matter-of-fact. "Nor do you appear to possess the usual requirements for conducting business with Gringotts." Harry looked down at his pajamas and bleeding feet, suddenly acutely aware of how he must appear to these dignified creatures. But something in the goblin's manner suggested that appearances, while noted, were not necessarily the final word on a person's worth. There was a quality of patience in the way he waited for Harry's response, as if he were genuinely curious about what this strange human child might have to say for himself. "I think," Harry said carefully, his voice hoarse from exhaustion and the morning's running, "I think my parents might have had money here before they died." The goblin's expression sharpened with interest, and he exchanged a quick look with his companion that Harry couldn't quite interpret. There was something in their faces that suggested this was not an entirely unexpected development, though whether that was good or bad remained to be seen. "Your name, young human?" the first goblin requested, and this time there was definitely a new note in his voice, something that might have been recognition waiting to be confirmed. "Harry," he answered, then hesitated before adding the surname that had brought him nothing but pain and disappointment. "Harry Potter." The effect of his name on the 2 goblins was immediate and dramatic. They both straightened to their full height, their eyes widening with what looked like a mixture of surprise, respect, and something else that Harry couldn't identify. The first goblin bowed slightly, a gesture that seemed both formal and genuine. "Mr. Potter," he said, and there was definite reverence in his voice now. "You are most certainly expected, though perhaps not in quite this manner. I am Griphook, and it would be my honor to escort you inside. We have, it seems, a great deal to discuss." The ripple effects of Harry's case began to manifest throughout the magical world with the kind of inexorable momentum that comes when a fundamental injustice is finally exposed to public scrutiny. What had started as one child's desperate flight from abuse had evolved into a comprehensive examination of the systems and institutions that governed magical society, revealing patterns of corruption and negligence that went far beyond any individual case or isolated incident. The first sign that Harry's story was inspiring broader action came in the form of a letter that arrived at Grimmauld Place on a crisp September morning, carried by an owl whose bedraggled appearance suggested it had travelled a considerable distance to deliver its message. The letter bore the seal of the Longbottom family, and its contents would prove to be the beginning of a movement that would transform the magical world's approach to child welfare and institutional accountability. "Mr. Potter," the letter began, written in the careful script of someone who was clearly struggling with powerful emotions. "My name is Augusta Longbottom, and I am writing to you regarding my grandson, Neville, who I believe may have experienced circumstances similar to your own." Harry read the letter aloud to Sirius and Remus as they sat around the breakfast table in the newly restored kitchen of Grimmauld Place, his voice carrying the mixture of curiosity and concern that had become characteristic of his approach to the ongoing revelations about the scope of corruption in magical society. "Neville has always been a quiet, anxious child," the letter continued, "and I had attributed his magical difficulties to the trauma of witnessing his parents' torture by Death Eaters when he was barely more than an infant. However, your case has prompted me to examine more closely the circumstances of his upbringing and the decisions that were made regarding his care and education." Augusta Longbottom's investigation into her grandson's situation had revealed a pattern of interference and manipulation that bore disturbing similarities to what Harry had experienced, though the specific mechanisms had been different due to the different family circumstances involved. Like you, Neville's magical development has been significantly delayed and suppressed, though in his case, the suppression appears to have been achieved through a combination of psychological manipulation and what I now suspect may have been deliberate educational neglect, designed to convince him that he was essentially a squib. Sirius looked up from his own correspondence, his expression darkening with the kind of anger that had become increasingly common as the full scope of the conspiracy against magical children became clear. "They weren't just targeting Harry," he said, his voice tight with the realization that the network of corruption had been operating on a much broader scale than any of them had initially understood. "It appears not," Remus agreed, his own expression carrying the grim satisfaction of someone who was seeing long-held suspicions confirmed by accumulating evidence. "The question is how many other families have been affected, and how systematic this pattern of manipulation has been." The answer to that question began to emerge over the following weeks, as Augusta Longbottom's letter was followed by a steady stream of similar communications from families throughout magical Britain and beyond. Each letter told a variation of the same story: children whose magical abilities had been suppressed or misdirected, families whose inheritance and political influence had been systematically undermined, young people who had been isolated from their proper heritage and education through a combination of legal manipulation and institutional neglect. The Weasley family wrote to describe how their youngest son, Ron, had been placed in educational tracks that seemed designed to limit his opportunities and discourage any ambitions beyond supporting roles in magical society. The Grangers reported similar concerns about their daughter Hermione, whose Muggle-born status had apparently been used as justification for excluding her from advanced magical programs and social opportunities that should have been available to someone of her obvious intelligence and capability. "The pattern is becoming clear," Director Ragnarok observed, during one of the regular meetings that had been established to coordinate the growing investigation into systematic abuse and corruption. Children who might grow up to challenge existing power structures have been systematically identified, and their development has been constrained through various means, all while maintaining the appearance of proper care and appropriate educational placement. The Goblin Director had assembled a comprehensive database of cases that showed the scope and sophistication of what appeared to be a coordinated campaign to control the next generation of magical society's leadership. The documentation revealed not only individual cases of abuse and neglect, but also the institutional mechanisms that had made such widespread manipulation possible. "The common factor in all of these cases," Ragnarok continued, consulting charts and graphs that illustrated the patterns his researchers had identified, is the involvement of the same small group of individuals in positions of authority, making decisions that consistently served to limit the potential of children who might otherwise have grown up to challenge their control over magical society. Harry studied the charts with the kind of intense concentration that had become characteristic of his approach to understanding the forces that had shaped his life and the lives of others like him. The visual representation of systematic oppression was both overwhelming and oddly liberating, providing concrete evidence that his experiences had been neither unique nor coincidental. "How many families are we talking about?" Harry asked, his voice carrying the particular quality of someone who was preparing himself to hear numbers that would be both shocking and deeply disturbing. "Our preliminary investigation has identified at least 50 families whose children appear to have been systematically targeted for various forms of suppression and manipulation," Ragnok replied, his tone carrying the clinical precision that characterized Goblin approaches to complex problems. "However, we believe this number represents only the most obvious cases, and that a more thorough investigation would likely reveal significantly more instances of what can only be described as institutional child abuse." The implications of these numbers were staggering, representing not just individual tragedies, but a comprehensive assault on the future of magical society itself. If an entire generation of potential leaders had been systematically prevented from developing their abilities and understanding their heritage, the long-term consequences for magical civilization could be catastrophic. "There's more," Amelia Bones added, her voice carrying the weight of someone who had been conducting her own parallel investigation through official ministry channels. "The families that have been targeted are not random. They represent bloodlines with significant political influence, financial resources, or magical abilities that could potentially threaten the existing power structure." Director Bones had been working to trace the decision-making processes that had led to these systematic interventions, and her findings revealed a level of coordination and planning that went far beyond opportunistic exploitation of individual circumstances. The decisions about guardianship placement, educational tracking, and resource allocation all followed similar patterns and involved the same individuals in advisory or approval roles, she continued, her professional training evident in the methodical way she presented her evidence. This was not a series of unrelated mistakes or oversights, but a coordinated campaign carried out over multiple years with specific strategic objectives. Harry found himself thinking about all the children he had never met, young people who had been condemned to lives of artificial limitation and manufactured mediocrity by the same forces that had tried to control his own development. The scope of the injustice was almost too large to comprehend, but it also provided a framework for understanding why his individual case had attracted such intense opposition from established authorities. "What can we do about it?" he asked, his voice carrying the determination that had characterized his approach to every challenge he had faced since discovering the truth about his situation. "We document everything," Amelia Bones replied, with the matter-of-fact certainty of someone who understood the requirements for building cases that would stand up to legal and political scrutiny. "We gather testimony from affected families, we trace the decision-making processes that led to these outcomes, and we present evidence that is so comprehensive and compelling that it cannot be dismissed or ignored by those in positions of authority." The work of documentation and evidence-gathering had already begun, with teams of investigators working to interview affected families, analyze institutional records, and trace the networks of influence that had made such widespread manipulation possible. The process was painstaking and often emotionally difficult, as it required families to confront painful truths about the ways their children had been systematically failed by the institutions they had trusted to protect them. "However," Director Ragnok added, "documentation alone will not be sufficient to bring about the changes that are needed. The individuals and institutions responsible for this systematic abuse are still in positions of power, and they will not surrender that power simply because their crimes have been exposed." The Goblin director's words carried the weight of centuries of experience in dealing with political and institutional corruption, and his assessment of the challenges they faced was both realistic and sobering. Exposing the truth was only the first step in a much longer process of institutional reform and systemic change. "That's where public opinion becomes crucial," Sirius observed, his understanding of wizarding politics shaped by years of observation from both inside and outside the system. The individuals who orchestrated this campaign were able to operate with impunity because they controlled the narrative about what was happening and why. If we can change that narrative and mobilize public support for reform, we can create political pressure that will force institutional change. The strategy that was emerging from their discussions involved a multi-pronged approach that combined legal action, political advocacy, and public education in a coordinated campaign designed to achieve both individual justice and systemic reform. It was an ambitious undertaking that would require sustained effort and considerable resources, but it also represented the kind of comprehensive approach that would be necessary to address the scope of the problems they had identified. The Daily Prophet has agreed to publish a series of investigative articles about the systematic abuse of magical children, Remus reported, consulting notes from recent conversations with journalists and editors who had shown interest in the story. Rita Skeeter, despite her reputation for sensationalism, has proven to be remarkably thorough in her research and genuinely committed to exposing the truth about these cases. The involvement of the magical press was crucial for reaching the broader wizarding public and building the kind of popular support that would be necessary to overcome institutional resistance to reform. However, it also carried risks, as media attention could potentially expose affected families to retaliation from those whose crimes were being revealed. "We've also been contacted by educational reformers and child welfare advocates from other magical communities," Harry noted, reading from letters that had been arriving from places as distant as Salem and Sophia. It appears that similar patterns of systematic child abuse and educational manipulation have been identified in magical societies throughout the world. This international dimension of the problem suggested that the network of corruption was even more extensive and sophisticated than they had initially realized, but it also provided opportunities for coordination and mutual support among reform movements in different countries. The International Confederation of Wizards has established a special commission to investigate reports of systematic child abuse in magical communities worldwide, Amelia Bones reported, her voice carrying the satisfaction that came from seeing official institutions finally responding appropriately to evidence of serious crimes. "The Commission has requested access to our documentation and testimony, and they have indicated that they are prepared to take strong action against individuals and institutions that are found to have participated in these activities." The prospect of international scrutiny and potential sanctions represented a significant escalation in the consequences that corrupt officials might face for their actions, providing additional leverage for reform efforts and additional protection for those who had been targeted for abuse and manipulation. "There's something else," Harry said, his voice taking on the particular quality that suggested he was about to share information that was both significant and potentially controversial. "I've been receiving letters from other children who have read about my case in the newspapers, and many of them are asking for help in addressing their own situations." The letters from other young people had been among the most emotionally difficult aspects of the growing public attention surrounding Harry's case, as they revealed the extent to which systematic abuse and neglect had affected children throughout magical society. Each letter told a story of artificial limitation, manufactured failure, and lost potential that represented not only individual tragedy, but also collective damage to the future of magical civilization. "Some of them are asking if we can help them get away from abusive guardians or oppressive educational situations," Harry continued, his voice carrying the weight of someone who understood both the privilege and the responsibility that came with being able to help others in similar circumstances. Others are asking for advice about how to develop magical abilities that have been suppressed, or how to access inheritance and opportunities that have been denied to them. The requests for help represented both an opportunity and a challenge, as responding to them would require resources and organizational capabilities that went far beyond what had been necessary to address Harry's individual case. However, they also represented the logical extension of the principles that had guided the fight for Harry's freedom and justice. "We need to establish some kind of formal organization," Sirius observed, his voice carrying the practical understanding of someone who had experience with both magical politics and family management. "Something that can provide support and resources to affected families, while also advocating for the systemic changes that will prevent future abuses." The idea of creating a formal advocacy organization had been discussed in various contexts, but the volume of requests for help was making it clear that such an organization was not just desirable, but necessary for addressing the scope of the problems they had identified. The Potter Family Foundation, Remus suggested, could be established using resources from Harry's inheritance to provide direct support to affected families, while also funding research and advocacy efforts aimed at preventing future abuses. The concept of using Harry's family resources to support other victims of systematic abuse appealed to everyone present, as it would provide a concrete way to honor the memory of James and Lily Potter, while also ensuring that their son's suffering would contribute to preventing similar tragedies for other children. "I like that idea," Harry said, his voice carrying the enthusiasm that had become characteristic of his response to opportunities to help others. "My parents died fighting against injustice, and using their legacy to continue that fight feels like the right way to honor their memory. The establishment of the Potter Family Foundation would require considerable legal and administrative work, but it would also provide a framework for coordinating the various efforts that were already underway, and for expanding those efforts to reach more families and address more aspects of the systematic problems they had identified. "There's one more thing we should consider," Augusta Longbottom said, speaking from her position as the newly appointed Chief Warlock of the Wizengamot. "The evidence we've gathered suggests that the individuals responsible for these systematic abuses are likely to face serious criminal charges, but prosecuting them effectively will require testimony from the victims and their families." The prospect of criminal prosecution represented the ultimate vindication of Harry's case and the validation of all the work that had been done to expose the truth about systematic child abuse in magical society. However, it also represented a significant challenge, as many of the affected families were understandably reluctant to subject themselves and their children to the additional trauma and public scrutiny that would be involved in criminal proceedings. "Many of the families we've contacted are willing to provide testimony," Amelia Bones reported, "but they're also concerned about potential retaliation and the long-term consequences of publicly challenging such powerful individuals and institutions." The concerns about retaliation were well-founded, given the demonstrated willingness of corrupt officials to use whatever means necessary to maintain their power and protect their interests. Ensuring the safety and security of witnesses would be crucial for the success of any criminal prosecution efforts. "That's where the international dimension becomes particularly important," Director Ragnarok observed. "If this becomes a matter of international concern and oversight, it becomes much more difficult for domestic officials to intimidate or silence witnesses without facing significant diplomatic and political consequences." As the discussion continued and plans were refined for addressing both the immediate needs of affected families and the broader requirements for systemic reform, Harry found himself experiencing a mixture of emotions that reflected the complexity of his situation. There was satisfaction in knowing that his individual case had sparked a movement that would help other children, but there was also sadness at the recognition of how many young people had suffered in ways that could have been prevented. "We're going to change things," he said finally, his voice carrying the quiet certainty that had come to characterize his approach to challenges that seemed overwhelming in scope but were clearly necessary to address. "We're going to make sure that no other children have to go through what I went through, or what Neville went through, or what all these other kids have experienced." The commitment to systemic change represented not just a personal mission for Harry, but a fundamental transformation in his understanding of his own role and responsibilities in magical society. He was no longer just a victim, seeking justice for individual wrongs, but a catalyst for the kind of comprehensive reform that would reshape the institutions and attitudes that governed the treatment of children throughout the magical world. The work ahead would be difficult and complex, requiring sustained effort over many years and the coordination of resources and expertise from multiple sources. But for the first time since the truth about his situation had been exposed, Harry felt confident that the changes they were working toward were not just necessary, but achievable, given sufficient determination and the continued support of the growing movement of families and advocates who had chosen to stand up against systematic injustice and institutional corruption. The final confrontation came not with the dramatic fanfare that Harry might have expected from his limited experience with magical conflicts, but with the quiet desperation of a man who had spent decades building an empire of influence and control, only to watch it crumble under the weight of exposed truth and mounting public outrage. Albus Dumbledore's last gambit began on a cold October evening, when the wards around Grimmauld Place registered an intrusion that was both subtle and overwhelmingly powerful, the kind of magical signature that spoke of abilities honed over more than a century of practice and refined through countless conflicts. Harry felt the disturbance first as a change in the quality of magic that permeated his new home, a shift in the fundamental resonance that he had learned to associate with safety and security. The sensation was similar to what he had experienced during Dumbledore's visit to Gringotts, but more focused and somehow more personal, as if the magical pressure was being directed specifically at him, rather than simply radiating from a powerful presence. Sirius was at his side within seconds, his animagus training having given him reflexes that allowed him to respond to threats with the kind of speed that had made him legendary during his school years. The older wizard's expression carried the particular alertness that came from years of understanding that powerful enemies did not simply accept defeat and move on to other pursuits. "He's here," Sirius said, his voice carrying the grim certainty of someone who had been expecting this moment and preparing for it since the day of his release from Azkaban. "Dumbledore has come to make his final play for control, and I don't think he's particularly concerned about maintaining appearances or following legal protocols at this point." The wards that protected Grimmauld Place were among the oldest and most sophisticated in magical Britain, layered protections that had been built and refined over centuries by generations of black family members who understood the importance of being able to defend their home against both magical and political threats. But the intrusion they were detecting suggested someone with the knowledge and power to challenge even those ancient defenses. "How is that possible?" Harry asked, his voice carrying the mixture of curiosity and concern that had become characteristic of his approach to magical challenges. "I thought the house was protected against anyone who might want to harm the people inside." "Traditional protective wards," Remus explained as he joined them in the main hall, his own magical senses clearly detecting the same disturbance that had alerted Sirius, "are designed to prevent unauthorized entry and to defend against direct magical attacks. But they're less effective against someone who has legitimate claims to authority over the people they're protecting, or someone who can convince the magical protections that their intentions are benevolent." The implications of what Remus was describing were immediately clear and deeply troubling. Dumbledore's position as Harry's former magical guardian might give him residual authority that could be used to override protective spells that were designed to keep harmful influences at bay, particularly if those spells had been keyed to recognize official guardianship arrangements rather than assessing the actual intentions of those seeking entry. "Furthermore," Sirius added, his voice taking on the particular edge that suggested he was drawing upon knowledge gained through years of studying the darker aspects of magical law and politics, "Dumbledore has spent decades establishing himself as a figure of ultimate moral authority in magical society. Many protective spells and wards are designed to defer to individuals who are widely recognized as champions of justice and defenders of the innocent." The irony of protective magic being turned against its intended beneficiaries by the very person it was supposed to protect them from was not lost on any of them, but it also highlighted the sophistication and long-term planning that had characterized Dumbledore's approach to controlling the magical world's response to threats both real and manufactured. The house-elf creature appeared in the hall with the sudden materiality that characterized his species, his ancient face carrying an expression of outrage that was remarkable even by his usual standards. "The old wizard is at the front door," he announced, his voice crackling with indignation, "and he is using magic that makes creatures' protective spells confused about whether he should be allowed to enter." The description of magical confusion in the house's protective systems confirmed what they had all suspected about the nature of Dumbledore's approach. Rather than attempting a direct assault on the wards, he was using his established reputation and residual authority to create uncertainty in magical protections that had been designed to defer to legitimate authority rather than assess the actual motivations of those claiming such authority. "Can you strengthen the wards?" Harry asked, his voice carrying the practical concern of someone who had learned to think strategically about magical challenges rather than simply reacting emotionally to threats. "We can try," Sirius replied. "But the real problem is that Dumbledore isn't technically breaking any laws or violating any magical protocols. He's using authority that was legitimately granted to him, even if he obtained that authority through deception, and has been abusing it for years." The legal and magical complexities of their situation highlighted one of the fundamental challenges they had been facing throughout their campaign for justice and reform. Many of the systems and institutions that had been used to perpetrate systematic abuse were themselves legitimate and necessary, and challenging the abuse required careful attention to the difference between reforming systems and destroying the foundations of magical society itself. Director Ragnarok's voice reached them through the magical communication system that had been installed to maintain contact with their allies at Gringotts, his words carrying the particular urgency that suggested developments were occurring on multiple fronts simultaneously. "Mr. Potter! Mr. Black!" came the Goblin Director's voice, crackling slightly through the magical connection. "We are detecting significant magical disturbances at several locations throughout London, all bearing signatures consistent with high-level illusion and compulsion magic. We believe Professor Dumbledore may be attempting to create confusion and misdirection while he deals with your situation directly." The news that Dumbledore was apparently conducting a coordinated magical operation rather than simply making a desperate individual attempt to regain control over Harry suggested a level of planning and resources that was both impressive and deeply concerning. If he was powerful enough to maintain complex magical effects across multiple locations while simultaneously conducting a direct confrontation, then his capabilities were far greater than any of them had fully appreciated. "There's more," Director Ragnarok continued, his voice taking on the grim tone that they had learned to associate with particularly disturbing intelligence reports. "Our contacts at the Ministry report that several key witnesses in the criminal cases against Professor Dumbledore and his associates have been found in states of magical confusion, apparently unable to remember significant details about their previous testimony." The implications of memory modification on such a scale were staggering, representing not only obstruction of justice, but a direct assault on the evidence that had been so carefully gathered over the previous months. If Dumbledore was willing and able to alter the memories of witnesses and victims, then the entire legal framework for addressing the systematic abuses he had perpetrated might be undermined. "He's trying to erase the evidence," Harry said, his voice carrying a mixture of anger and determination that reflected his growing understanding of the stakes involved in their confrontation. "If he can make people forget what happened to them, or change their memories of what he did, then all of our work to expose the truth will be meaningless." The realization that Dumbledore's final gambit involved not just attempting to regain control over Harry, but actively destroying the evidence of his crimes, transformed the nature of the confrontation from a personal dispute to a fundamental battle for the preservation of truth and justice in magical society. However, came another voice through the communication system, this one belonging to Amelia Bones. "We have been preparing for exactly this possibility. All witness testimony has been magically recorded and stored in protected archives that cannot be altered or destroyed by external magic, and we have been working with goblin memory specialists to develop techniques for detecting and reversing artificial memory modifications." The news that their allies had been anticipating and preparing for Dumbledore's likely responses provided some reassurance, but it also highlighted the complexity of the magical and legal battle they were fighting. This was no longer simply a matter of exposing individual crimes, but a comprehensive conflict between competing visions of how magical society should be organized and governed. The sound of footsteps on the front steps of Grimmauld Place announced Dumbledore's physical arrival, and the quality of those footsteps carried the particular resonance that spoke of someone who was drawing upon considerable magical power to enhance their presence and authority. When his voice reached them through the ancient doors of the house, it carried the familiar grandfatherly warmth that had served him so well over the decades, though now that warmth seemed hollow and somehow threatening rather than comforting. "Harry, my boy," came the voice, pitched to carry the kind of paternal affection that was designed to evoke memories of safety and protection. "I know you're in there, and I know you're surrounded by people who have convinced you that I am your enemy. But I want you to understand that everything I have done, every decision I have made regarding your life and welfare, has been motivated by love and the desperate need to protect you from forces that would destroy you if given the opportunity." The words were carefully chosen to appeal to the fundamental human need for belonging and security, and Harry could feel their emotional impact even as his rational mind recognized the manipulation they represented. Dumbledore's approach was sophisticated and psychologically informed, designed to create doubt and confusion about the justice of their cause and the motivations of their allies. "He's very good at this," Sirius observed, his voice carrying the grim admiration of someone who recognized skilled manipulation even when it was being directed against him. "He's not just trying to convince you to come with him. He's trying to make you question everything we've discovered and everything we've built together." The psychological aspect of Dumbledore's assault was perhaps more dangerous than any direct magical attack might have been, because it targeted the emotional foundations of Harry's recovery and healing rather than simply threatening his physical safety. If Dumbledore could convince Harry that his allies were motivated by self-interest rather than genuine care, or that the evidence of systematic abuse had been exaggerated or misinterpreted, then he might be able to regain psychological control even without physical custody. "I know what you've been told about my actions and decisions," Dumbledore continued, his voice taking on the particular quality of someone who was sharing painful but necessary truths. "And I understand why those actions might seem harsh or manipulative when viewed from your current perspective. But you must understand that the magical world is filled with dangers that go far beyond anything you have yet encountered, and protecting you from those dangers has required sacrifices and decisions that no one should ever be forced to make. The appeal to greater dangers and necessary sacrifices was a classic technique for justifying actions that would otherwise be recognized as abusive or manipulative, and Harry found himself analyzing Dumbledore's rhetoric with the kind of critical thinking skills that his new educational program had been designed to develop. "What dangers?" Harry called out, his voice carrying the challenge of someone who had learned to demand specific evidence rather than accepting vague claims about unspecified threats. "What specific dangers required you to steal money from my inheritance, or to place me with people who beat me and starved me, or to suppress my magical abilities for years?" The directness of Harry's response seemed to surprise Dumbledore, as if he had expected the psychological manipulation to be more effective in creating doubt and confusion. When he replied, his voice carried a different quality, less grandfatherly warmth, and more the kind of authority that expected unquestioning obedience. "The dangers, Harry, are represented by individuals and forces that seek to use your fame and your magical heritage for their own purposes," Dumbledore replied, his tone taking on the particular edge that suggested he was beginning to abandon subtle manipulation in favor of more direct assertions of authority. The goblins who have been sheltering you are not motivated by concern for your welfare, but by their own ancient grudges against wizarding authority and their desire to use you as a weapon in their political conflicts with the Ministry of Magic. The attempt to turn Harry against his goblin allies by appealing to traditional wizarding prejudices was both predictable and revealing, showing that Dumbledore's understanding of Harry's character and values was fundamentally flawed. After months of experiencing genuine care and protection from the goblins, Harry was hardly likely to be swayed by vague appeals to species-based distrust. Similarly, Dumbledore continued, your godfather's motivations are colored by his own experiences of imprisonment and his desire for revenge against those he holds responsible for his suffering. Sirius Black is a good man, but he is not thinking clearly about your best interests when his judgment is compromised by years of anger and resentment. The psychological sophistication of this approach was considerable, as it acknowledged the legitimate grievances that Harry's allies might have, while suggesting that those grievances made them unsuitable as protectors and advisors. It was the kind of manipulation that might have been effective against someone who had not spent months learning to analyze motives and evidence with careful attention to both logical consistency and emotional authenticity. And what about your motivations? Harry responded, his voice carrying the steady confidence that had developed through months of being treated with respect and having his questions answered honestly. What explains your decision to steal from my inheritance, or to suppress my magical development, or to place me with people who hated magic and everything connected to it? The silence that followed Harry's question was heavy with implication, as if Dumbledore was realizing that his usual techniques for managing difficult conversations were not going to be effective in this situation. When he spoke again, his voice carried a different quality, more desperate, and somehow more honest than anything he had said previously. Everything I did was necessary to prepare you for a destiny that you cannot yet understand, Dumbledore said, his words carrying the weight of someone who was revealing information that he had never intended to share. There are prophecies and magical forces at work that go far beyond individual welfare or personal happiness, and my actions were guided by the knowledge that your survival and success in fulfilling that destiny were more important than your immediate comfort or conventional upbringing. The revelation of prophecies and destiny represented a significant escalation in Dumbledore's justifications for his actions, moving beyond claims about protection and welfare to assertions about magical necessity and predetermined fate. It was also, Harry realized, the kind of justification that could be used to excuse almost any action, no matter how harmful or manipulative. What prophecy? Harry asked, his voice carrying the practical curiosity of someone who had learned to demand specific information rather than accepting vague claims about mystical necessities. A prophecy that foretells your role in the ultimate defeat of dark forces that threaten not just magical society, but the entire world, Dumbledore replied, his tone taking on the particular gravity that was reserved for discussions of ultimate cosmic significance. A prophecy that requires you to be prepared for sacrifices and challenges that would be impossible to face if you had been raised in comfort and security. The logic of this argument was both seductive and fundamentally flawed, suggesting that abuse and deprivation were necessary preparation for future challenges rather than traumatic experiences that would make such challenges more difficult to face successfully. Harry found himself wondering what kind of worldview would lead someone to believe that deliberately harming children was an appropriate way to prepare them for adult responsibilities. Did my parents know about this prophecy? Harry asked, his question cutting to the heart of the contradiction between Dumbledore's claimed motivations and the explicit wishes that James and Lily Potter had expressed in their will. The pause before Dumbledore's response was long enough to suggest that this question had touched on something particularly sensitive and potentially damaging to his justifications for his actions. "Your parents," Dumbledore said finally, "were young and idealistic, and they did not fully understand the implications of the prophecy or the requirements for ensuring its successful fulfillment. Their wishes regarding your upbringing, while motivated by love, were not informed by the complete knowledge that guided my decisions about your care and preparation." The casual dismissal of his parents' wishes and judgment was perhaps more revealing than anything else Dumbledore had said, showing the fundamental arrogance that had allowed him to override the explicit instructions of people who had died to protect their son. It also provided Harry with the emotional clarity he needed to respond to Dumbledore's manipulation with the kind of moral certainty that had been developing throughout his recovery and healing process. "My parents died protecting me," Harry said, his voice carrying the steady strength that came from finally understanding the truth about his heritage and the love that had shaped his parents' final actions. "They made careful plans for my future because they understood that love and support and proper education were what I would need to become the person they hoped I would be. You ignored those plans and subjected me to abuse and neglect because you thought you knew better than the people who actually loved me." The directness of Harry's response seemed to break through whatever psychological barriers Dumbledore had been maintaining, because when he spoke again, his voice carried the cold calculation that represented his true nature rather than the grandfatherly mask he had worn for so many decades. "Your parents," Dumbledore said, his tone taking on the particular edge that suggested he was finally abandoning any pretense of benevolent concern, "were naive children who understood neither the scope of the dangers facing the magical world nor the requirements for victory in the kind of conflict that determines the survival of entire civilizations. Their love for you, while genuine, blinded them to the hard choices and necessary sacrifices that true leadership requires." The revelation of Dumbledore's actual attitudes toward Harry's parents and their sacrifice was both shocking and somehow liberating, providing final confirmation that the man who had controlled Harry's life was motivated not by love or protection, but by his own vision of necessary control and appropriate sacrifice. It also provided Harry with the emotional foundation he needed to make the choice that would determine not only his own future, but the future of magical society itself. "I choose my parents," Harry said, his voice carrying the quiet certainty that had characterized his most important decisions throughout the process of reclaiming his life and heritage. "I choose the people who loved me enough to plan for my happiness and success. I choose the allies who have treated me with respect and honesty. And I choose to reject the kind of leadership that thinks abuse and manipulation are acceptable tools for achieving greater goods." The silence that followed Harry's declaration was profound and somehow final, as if fundamental choices had been made and battle lines had been drawn that would determine the outcome of conflicts that went far beyond individual relationships or personal grievances. When Dumbledore spoke again, his voice carried the cold finality of someone who had reached the end of negotiation and was prepared to use whatever means necessary to achieve his objectives. "Very well," Dumbledore said, and there was something in his tone that made the ancient protective wards of Grimmauld Place tremble with anticipation of the magical conflict that was about to unfold. "If you will not accept guidance willingly, then guidance must be imposed through other means. The prophecy will be fulfilled, and your destiny will be achieved, regardless of your personal preferences or the misguided advice of those who lack the vision to understand what is truly at stake." The magical pressure that had been building throughout their conversation suddenly intensified, as if Dumbledore was drawing upon reserves of power that went far beyond what most wizards could access. But as the ancient magic of Grimmauld Place rose to meet that challenge, Harry felt something else stirring within himself, something that spoke of inheritance and heritage, and the kind of magical strength that came not from individual power, but from connections to family and community, and the accumulated love of generations. The final battle for Harry Potter's future was about to begin. And for the first time since this entire conflict started, Harry felt absolutely certain about which side would ultimately prevail. The transformation of the magical world began not with the dramatic flourish that historians would later attribute to it, but with the quiet dignity of an 8-year-old boy who had learned to choose justice over vengeance and principles over power. The final confrontation with Albus Dumbledore ended not in magical combat, but in the kind of moral victory that reshapes entire civilizations, leaving behind institutions and attitudes that would serve future generations far better than those they replaced. Harry Potter stood in the renovated Great Hall of Grimmauld Place 6 months later, surrounded by representatives from magical communities throughout the world who had come to witness the formal establishment of the International Foundation for Magical Child Welfare, an organization that would ensure no child would ever again suffer the kind of systematic abuse and manipulation that had characterized his own early years. The hall bore little resemblance to the dark, oppressive space it had been when Sirius first reclaimed the family home, its walls now lined with portraits of reformers and advocates rather than bigots and supremacists, its atmosphere filled with hope rather than hatred. The legal proceedings that had followed Dumbledore's final desperate attempt to reassert control over Harry's life had been swift and decisive, though not without their complexities and moral challenges. The former headmaster had been stripped of all his official positions and faced multiple criminal charges related to child abuse, financial theft, and conspiracy to obstruct justice. But the magical community's response to his downfall had been complicated by decades of viewing him as their ultimate moral authority. The hardest part, Amelia Bones observed, as she reviewed the final reports on the various criminal cases that had grown out of Harry's original complaint, was helping people understand that someone they had trusted and admired for so long could have been capable of such systematic cruelty and manipulation. Many people found it easier to believe that the evidence had been fabricated than to accept that their faith had been so thoroughly misplaced. The psychological and social challenges of exposing institutional corruption had proven to be just as complex as the legal and political ones, requiring not only the presentation of evidence, but also extensive education about the nature of systemic abuse and the ways in which well-meaning institutions could be corrupted by individuals who prioritized control over compassion. Director Ragnarok, whose efforts had been crucial in documenting the scope of the corruption and providing sanctuary for its victims, stood near the front of the assembled crowd with the satisfied expression of someone who had seen justice prevail after years of watching injustice flourish unchallenged. The Goblin Nation's involvement in exposing these crimes has fundamentally changed our relationship with wizarding society, he noted with characteristic precision, creating opportunities for cooperation and mutual respect that have not existed for centuries. Young Mr. Potter's courage in seeking our help has opened doors that many of us had believed were permanently closed. The broader implications of Harry's case had indeed extended far beyond child welfare issues, transforming relationships between different species and communities within magical society, and creating new frameworks for cooperation and accountability that would strengthen the entire magical world. Sirius Black moved through the crowd with the easy confidence of someone who had found his place in the world after years of having that place denied to him, stopping to speak with former classmates, political allies, and the various advocates and reformers who had made the transformation of magical society possible. His exoneration and the restoration of his family's honor had been among the most personally satisfying outcomes of the entire campaign for justice. The most important thing we've accomplished, Sirius reflected, as he joined Harry near the front of the hall, is proving that the magical world's institutions can be reformed rather than simply endured. People now understand that they have the power to demand better treatment from their government and their leaders, and they have examples of how to organize and advocate effectively for that better treatment. The political changes that had followed the exposure of systematic child abuse had been comprehensive and lasting, including new oversight mechanisms for guardianship decisions, reformed procedures for managing orphaned children's inheritance, and enhanced protections for whistleblowers and witnesses who came forward to report institutional failures. Remus Lupin, whose own experiences with discrimination and exclusion had provided valuable perspective on the broader patterns of systemic oppression, had been appointed to head the new Department for Magical Child Welfare, a position that allowed him to ensure that the reforms would be properly implemented and maintained over time. "The challenge going forward," Remus noted as he prepared to address the assembled crowd, "will be maintaining the vigilance and commitment necessary to prevent these problems from recurring in new forms. Institutional corruption is persistent and adaptive, and protecting children and other vulnerable populations requires constant attention and regular evaluation of our systems and procedures." The establishment of permanent oversight mechanisms had been crucial for ensuring that the reforms would survive changes in political leadership and shifts in public attention, creating structures that would automatically detect and respond to signs of systematic abuse before they could become entrenched and widespread. Harry himself had grown considerably during the months since his dramatic testimony before the Wizengamot, not just physically, but intellectually and emotionally, developing the kind of thoughtful leadership qualities that suggested he would indeed fulfill his parents' hopes for his future contributions to magical society. "What I've learned," Harry said, as he prepared to speak to the international gathering, "is that the most important magic isn't the kind that comes from wands or spells, but the kind that comes from people choosing to care about each other and to stand up for what's right, even when it's difficult or dangerous." His educational program had progressed remarkably well, with tutors from multiple magical traditions providing him with the comprehensive knowledge base that would allow him to understand and contribute to the complex challenges facing magical society. But more importantly, his experiences had taught him to think critically about power and authority, and to understand the difference between leadership that serves others and leadership that serves itself. The Potter Family Foundation had become one of the most effective advocacy organizations in the magical world, providing direct support to families affected by institutional abuse, while also funding research and policy development aimed at preventing future occurrences. Its success had inspired similar organizations in other magical communities, creating an international network of child welfare advocates. We've received reports from magical communities in 17 different countries describing similar patterns of systematic abuse and institutional corruption, noted Elena Marchetti, the Foundation's international coordinator. And in every case, our documentation and advocacy techniques have proven adaptable to local conditions and legal frameworks. The international scope of the reforms had been both surprising and encouraging, suggesting that the problems Harry's case had exposed were not unique to British magical society, but represented broader challenges that required coordinated responses from the global magical community. Neville Longbottom, whose own case had been among the first to be identified and addressed following Harry's initial revelations, had made remarkable progress in recovering his suppressed magical abilities and developing the confidence that had been systematically undermined during his early childhood. "The most important thing Harry taught all of us," Neville said during his own remarks to the gathering, "is that we don't have to accept being treated badly just because the people hurting us claim to have good reasons for doing it. We have the right to demand better, and we have the power to make that demand effective if we work together and support each other." The therapeutic and educational programs that had been developed to help children recover from systematic abuse and suppression had proven remarkably effective, providing models that were being adapted and implemented throughout the magical world. The success of these programs had demonstrated that the damage caused by institutional failures could be reversed with appropriate intervention and support. Augusta Longbottom, whose leadership of the reformed Wizengamot had been instrumental in ensuring that legal and political changes were properly implemented, addressed the gathering with the kind of stern authority that had made her respected throughout magical society. "The laws we have passed and the institutions we have reformed will only be effective if future generations understand why these changes were necessary and remain committed to maintaining them, she observed. Mr. Potter's courage in challenging systematic injustice has given us all an example to follow, but it is up to all of us to ensure that this example continues to inspire action rather than becoming merely a historical curiosity. The educational reforms that had been implemented alongside the child welfare changes included new curricula that taught students about their rights and responsibilities as citizens, about the importance of questioning authority when it failed to serve legitimate purposes, and about the techniques and strategies necessary for effective advocacy and social reform. Hermione Granger, whose own experiences with educational tracking and social exclusion had been addressed through the broader reform movement, had become one of the most effective advocates for educational equality and had helped develop many of the new teaching methods and curricula that were being implemented in reformed magical schools. "What we've learned," Hermione noted during her presentation on educational reform, "is that true magical education must include not just technical skills and theoretical knowledge, but also critical thinking abilities and ethical reasoning that allows students to evaluate the institutions and authorities they encounter throughout their lives." The integration of Muggle-born students into magical society had been significantly improved through reforms that addressed the systematic barriers and discrimination that had previously limited their opportunities and contributions. These changes had strengthened magical society by ensuring that all talented individuals could contribute their abilities and perspectives regardless of their background. The celebration continued late into the evening, with representatives from dozens of organizations and communities sharing their experiences and planning future cooperation in the ongoing work of reform and advocacy. But for Harry, the most meaningful part of the day was the quiet moment he spent in the renovated library of Grimmauld Place, surrounded by books that represented centuries of accumulated knowledge and wisdom, reflecting on how far he had come from the frightened, abused child who had stumbled into Gringotts Bank less than a year before. The portrait of his parents that had been commissioned to commemorate their sacrifice and their role in inspiring the reforms looked down at him from above the fireplace, their painted faces showing the kind of pride and love that he had never experienced during their lifetime, but had finally learned to recognize and value through the relationships he had built with Sirius, Remus, and his other allies and advocates. "I think we did it," Harry said quietly to the portrait, his voice carrying the mixture of satisfaction and determination that had come to characterize his approach to the challenges and opportunities that lay ahead. "I think we built the kind of world you were fighting for, the kind of place where children are protected and valued and given the chance to become everything they're capable of being." The painted figures of James and Lily Potter smiled back at him with the kind of warmth and approval that transcended the limitations of magical portraiture, their presence serving as both validation of what had been accomplished and inspiration for the work that remained to be done. Sirius joined him in the library as the last of the evening's guests departed, carrying 2 cups of hot chocolate that had become their traditional way of ending important days. The older wizard's expression carried the contentment that came from having fulfilled the promises he had made to his best friends, and having seen their son grow into the kind of person they had hoped he would become. "Your parents would be incredibly proud of what you've accomplished," Sirius said, settling into one of the comfortable chairs that had replaced the dark, imposing furniture that had once dominated the room. "Not just the reforms and the advocacy work, but the kind of person you've become through all of this. You've learned to use power responsibly, to think about consequences, and to choose justice over revenge, even when revenge would have been easier." The moral development that had accompanied Harry's political and educational growth had been perhaps the most important aspect of his transformation, ensuring that his future contributions to magical society would be guided by principles rather than simply by personal preferences or expedient calculations. "What happens next?" Harry asked, his question reflecting both curiosity about the future and confidence that whatever challenges arose could be addressed through the same combination of courage, intelligence, and community support that had made their recent successes possible. "Next," Sirius replied with the kind of smile that had once made him legendary for mischief, but now reflected deeper satisfaction with more meaningful accomplishments. "You continue growing up, learning, and contributing to the ongoing work of making the magical world a better place for everyone who lives in it. The foundation has been built, but the real work of construction will take many years and will require the efforts of many people." The long-term nature of institutional reform had been one of the most important lessons learned through their experiences, teaching all of them that sustainable change required not just dramatic victories, but also persistent effort and continuous vigilance to ensure that progress was maintained and expanded over time. Remus appeared in the doorway of the library, his own expression carrying the satisfaction that came from having found meaningful work that utilized his skills and experiences in service of causes larger than himself. His appointment to head the Department for Magical Child Welfare had provided him with opportunities to contribute to society that had been denied to him for years because of prejudice and discrimination. The international observers were particularly impressed with the therapeutic programs we've developed for children recovering from magical suppression, Remus reported, joining them near the fireplace. Several countries have already requested detailed information about our techniques and training methods, and there's talk of establishing a formal international exchange program for child welfare professionals. The global impact of their work had exceeded everyone's expectations, demonstrating that effective advocacy and reform techniques could be successfully adapted to different cultural and legal contexts, while maintaining their essential principles and effectiveness. "There's also news from Hogwarts," Remus continued, consulting notes from his latest communication with the reformed school administration. "Professor McGonagall reports that the new curricula and teaching methods are producing remarkable results, not just in terms of academic achievement, but also in developing students' critical thinking abilities and ethical reasoning skills." The educational reforms that had been implemented at Hogwarts and other magical schools had been among the most important long-term changes resulting from Harry's case, ensuring that future generations would be better equipped to recognize and resist the kind of systematic manipulation and abuse that had characterized the previous system. As the evening drew to a close, and plans were made for the various projects and initiatives that would continue the work of reform and advocacy, Harry found himself feeling something he had never experienced during his childhood with the Dursleys: complete security about his place in the world, and confident anticipation about his future contributions to the magical community that had finally embraced him as a valued member rather than merely tolerating him as an unwanted burden. The scar on his forehead, which had once marked him as the victim of violence and the target of unwanted attention, had faded to near invisibility as his magical abilities had been restored and his emotional health had been rebuilt. More importantly, his identity had expanded beyond the tragedy that had shaped his early years to encompass the achievements and relationships that would define his adult life. The Potter family motto, which had been restored to prominence in the renovated house, now carried personal meaning that went far beyond historical significance. "The last enemy that shall be destroyed is death." Harry understood now that the motto referred not just to physical death, but to all the forces that diminished human potential and prevented people from becoming everything they were capable of being. The institutional changes that had been implemented, the advocacy organizations that had been established, and the international networks that had been created would continue the work of defeating those forces long after Harry himself had moved on to other challenges and opportunities. The foundation that had been built through his courage and the support of his allies would serve future generations of magical children and ensure that the kind of systematic abuse and manipulation he had experienced would never again be tolerated or ignored. As Harry prepared for sleep that night in his comfortable bedroom in the house that had become a true home, he reflected on the journey that had brought him from desperation and abuse to security and purpose. The frightened 8-year-old who had stumbled into Gringotts Bank less than a year before had been transformed not just by the discovery of his magical heritage, but by the relationships he had built with people who valued him for who he was, rather than what he represented. The future stretched ahead of him, filled with possibilities that were limited only by his imagination and his commitment to using his abilities and opportunities in service of causes larger than himself. The magical world had been transformed by his courage and the support of his allies, but that transformation was only the beginning of the work that would define his life and legacy. Tomorrow would bring new challenges and new opportunities to contribute to the ongoing work of making magical society more just and compassionate. But tonight, for the first time in his life, Harry Potter fell asleep with the absolute certainty that he was loved, valued, and supported by people who would stand with him, whatever challenges the future might bring. The boy who lived had become the man who changed everything, and the world was better for both his survival and his courage to demand that survival be accompanied by justice, dignity, and the opportunity to build the kind of future that his parents had died to make possible. The interior of Gringotts Bank defied every expectation Harry might have had about what the inside of a bank should look like. The ceiling soared impossibly high above his head, disappearing into shadows that seemed to move and shift with their own mysterious purpose. Chandeliers hung from invisible supports, their light not the harsh fluorescent glare of modern banking, but something warmer and more alive, as if each flame contained a spark of genuine fire rather than mere illumination. The hall stretched before them, like the nave of a cathedral, lined on both sides with high desks, where goblins in elegant robes conducted business with witches and wizards who spoke in hushed, respectful tones. The sound of their voices created a constant murmur that seemed to rise and fall like distant waves, punctuated by the scratch of quills on parchment and the soft clink of coins being counted and weighed. Everything about the place spoke of age and permanence, of an institution that had weathered centuries and would likely weather centuries more. The marble floor beneath Harry's bare feet was worn smooth by countless footsteps, and the walls showed the kind of patina that only came from decades of careful maintenance and quiet dignity. This was not a place where business was conducted hastily or decisions made lightly. Griphook led Harry through the main hall with the measured pace of someone who understood the weight of ceremony. Other goblins looked up from their work as they passed, their sharp eyes taking in every detail of Harry's appearance with the kind of professional assessment that suggested they were filing away information for future reference. Some nodded to Griphook with the respect due to a colleague of standing, while others simply watched with the neutral curiosity of those who had seen many strange things in their time, but were always ready to witness something new. "You will forgive the attention, Mr. Potter," Griphook said as they walked, his voice pitched low enough that only Harry could hear. "It has been some time since a Potter has visited Gringotts, and your family has a particular significance in our records. There are those among my people who have waited many years for this day, though I suspect none of us expected you to arrive quite so informally." Harry looked down at his pajamas again, suddenly conscious of how out of place he must look in this hall of quiet dignity and ancient protocol. But Griphook's tone held no judgment, only a kind of patient understanding that suggested he had dealt with unusual circumstances before, and would doubtless deal with them again. They approached a desk that was larger and more ornate than the others, positioned at the far end of the hall, in a spot that commanded a view of the entire banking floor. The goblin seated behind it was older than Griphook, his face deeply lined, and his fingers adorned with rings that caught the light with the unmistakable gleam of precious metals and carefully cut gems. When he looked up from the ledger he had been examining, his eyes held the kind of penetrating intelligence that came from decades of reading people's intentions and motivations with the accuracy of a master jeweler assessing the flaws in a stone. "Director Ragnok," Griphook said with a formal bow, "may I present Harry Potter, who has come to us with questions about his family's financial arrangements." Director Ragnarok's eyebrows rose fractionally, a movement so slight that Harry might have missed it if he hadn't been watching the goblin's face so intently. There was something in that tiny shift of expression that suggested surprise, though whether pleasant or otherwise remained to be seen. "Indeed," Director Ragnarok said, his voice carrying the kind of authority that made it clear he was accustomed to being the final word on whatever subject might arise. "Young Mr. Potter, you are somewhat earlier than we might have expected, and rather more independently motivated than our usual clients." The goblin's eyes took in Harry's appearance with the same thoroughness that Griphook had shown, but there was something more personal in this assessment, as if Director Ragnarok were comparing what he saw with something he had been expecting to see for quite some time. "I understand you have questions about your inheritance, Mr. Potter. This is, of course, your right as a member of the Potter family line. However, before we can discuss such matters in any detail, we will need to establish your identity beyond any shadow of doubt. I trust you understand the necessity of such precautions." Harry nodded, though he wasn't entirely sure what kind of precautions Director Ragnarok might have in mind. The goblin smiled slightly, an expression that was both reassuring and somehow predatory, like a cat who had spotted a particularly interesting mouse but wasn't quite ready to pounce. "Excellent. Griphook will conduct what we call a heritage test, which will confirm not only your identity, but also provide us with a complete picture of your magical lineage and any claims you might have on various family assets. The process is entirely painless, though some clients find the results rather more illuminating than they had anticipated." Griphook gestured for Harry to follow him to a smaller chamber off the main hall, a room that was clearly designed for more private consultations. The walls were lined with filing cabinets that seemed to stretch impossibly high, their drawers labelled with names and dates that went back further than Harry could easily calculate. A single desk dominated the centre of the room, its surface clear except for what looked like a piece of parchment, a silver knife that gleamed with more than ordinary sharpness, and a crystal bowl that seemed to contain swirling mists that moved with their own internal weather. "If you would be so kind as to take a seat, Mr. Potter," Griphook said, indicating a chair that had been positioned to face the desk. "The heritage test requires only a small sample of your blood, which will reveal information that has been magically encoded in your very essence since birth. Think of it as a kind of magical fingerprint that cannot be forged or duplicated." Harry settled into the chair, which was surprisingly comfortable, despite its formal appearance. The cushions seemed to adjust themselves to fit him perfectly, and the armrests were positioned at exactly the right height for his small frame. Everything in this place, he was beginning to realize, was designed with a level of consideration and attention to detail that was completely foreign to his experience. "Now then," Griphook continued, taking up the silver knife with the careful precision of someone who had performed this procedure countless times, "if you would extend your hand, palm upward, we can begin." The knife was cold against Harry's skin, but the cut it made was so quick and clean that he barely felt it. A single drop of blood welled up from the tiny wound and fell into the crystal bowl with a soft sound, like a pebble dropped into still water. The moment the blood touched whatever mixture was contained in the bowl, the swirling mists began to move with increased vigor, taking on colors that shifted and changed too quickly for Harry to follow. "Fascinating," Griphook murmured, his eyes fixed on the bowl's contents with the intensity of a scholar who had just discovered something entirely unexpected. "Most fascinating indeed." The mists in the bowl began to settle and coalesce, forming shapes that gradually resolved into words written in elegant script across the surface of the parchment. Harry watched in amazement as line after line of text appeared, creating what looked like a family tree of impossible complexity and detail. "Your heritage is quite remarkable, Mr. Potter," Griphook said, his voice taking on the reverent tone of someone discussing a particularly fine work of art. "The Potter line is ancient and distinguished, with magical abilities that have been carefully preserved and strengthened over many generations. You are the sole surviving heir to a considerable fortune, as well as inheritor of certain magical artifacts and properties that have been held in trust by Gringotts for decades. Harry leaned forward to examine the parchment more closely, though much of what he saw there was difficult to understand. Names and dates stretched back through centuries, connected by lines that seemed to glow with their own inner light. Some entries were marked with symbols that he didn't recognize, while others included notations in languages that might not have been entirely human in origin. However, Griphook continued, and there was something in his tone that made Harry look up from the parchment with sudden attention. There appear to be certain irregularities in the management of your inheritance that require immediate explanation. The goblin's expression had shifted subtly, taking on the kind of carefully controlled neutrality that suggested he was struggling to contain strong emotions. His fingers drummed against the desk surface with a rhythm that spoke of barely restrained anger, and when he spoke again, his voice carried an edge that made Harry think of the silver knife that had drawn his blood. According to our records, Mr. Potter, your parents' will was sealed by magical decree on November 2nd, 1981, approximately 18 hours after their deaths. This sealing was authorized by one Albus Dumbledore in his capacity as Chief Warlock of the Wizengamot, ostensibly to protect the contents from unauthorized access during a period of political instability. Griphook's pause was heavy with implication, and Harry found himself holding his breath as he waited for the goblin to continue. There was something in the way Griphook had said, ostensibly, that suggested the official explanation was only part of a much more complex truth. The unusual aspect of this situation, Mr. Potter, is that sealed wills are typically opened within 1 year of their creation, once the immediate circumstances that necessitated the sealing have been resolved. Your parents' will has remained sealed for nearly 7 years, despite repeated requests from this institution that it be properly executed according to their final wishes. The implications of what Griphook was saying began to settle in Harry's mind, like stones dropping into dark water, creating ripples of understanding that spread outward in all directions. His parents had left instructions about what should happen to him after their deaths, instructions that had been deliberately kept secret for his entire life. More troubling still, Griphook continued, his voice taking on the kind of precision that suggested he was quoting directly from official documents. Our records show a pattern of unauthorized withdrawals from your family vault, all bearing the magical signature of Albus Dumbledore as your appointed magical guardian. These withdrawals total a considerable sum and were made without the oversight that would normally be required for such transactions involving a minor's inheritance. Harry's hands clenched into fists in his lap, though whether from anger or fear he couldn't have said. The revelation that someone had been taking money from accounts that rightfully belonged to him was shocking enough. But the identity of that someone was what truly took his breath away. Albus Dumbledore was a name he'd never heard spoken aloud, but somehow it resonated in his mind with the weight of recognition, as if some part of him had always known that there was a person by that name who held power over his life. "I don't understand," Harry said, his voice barely above a whisper. "Who is Albus Dumbledore? And why would he be able to take money that belonged to my parents?" Griphook's expression softened slightly, as if he had just remembered that he was speaking to an 8-year-old child who had been kept deliberately ignorant of the most basic facts about his own life and heritage. When he spoke again, his tone was gentler, though the underlying anger remained clearly audible. "Albus Dumbledore is the headmaster of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, as well as holding several other positions of significant authority in the magical world. He is widely regarded as one of the most powerful wizards alive, and his influence extends into nearly every aspect of magical society. When your parents died, he assumed the role of your magical guardian, with legal authority over decisions regarding your upbringing and financial inheritance." The goblin paused, studying Harry's face with the careful attention of someone trying to gauge how much truth a young mind could absorb at once. "However, the role of magical guardian is typically a temporary arrangement, intended to ensure that orphaned magical children are properly cared for until permanent arrangements can be made. The fact that Professor Dumbledore has maintained this authority for 7 years, while simultaneously preventing access to your parents' will, suggests a pattern of behavior that goes far beyond the normal scope of guardianship duties. Harry's mind raced as he tried to process this information. The picture that was emerging was of a man who had taken control of his life and inheritance immediately after his parents' deaths, and had spent the intervening years systematically preventing Harry from learning the truth about his own circumstances. The implications were staggering, not least because they suggested that his placement with the Dursleys might not have been the accident of bureaucratic indifference he had always assumed it to be. The Dursleys, Harry said suddenly, the words tumbling out before he could stop them. The people I live with. Did my parents choose them to take care of me? Griphook's expression grew even more serious, if such a thing were possible. He consulted the parchment again, his eyes scanning the text with the kind of thoroughness that suggested he was checking and double-checking his facts before making any definitive statements. Without access to your parents' will, Mr. Potter, I cannot tell you definitively what arrangements they made for your care. However, I can tell you what our general records indicate about the placement of magical children with non-magical relatives. Such arrangements are typically made only when they are specifically requested by the deceased parents, and even then, they require regular oversight to ensure the child's welfare and magical development. The Goblin's tone had taken on the carefully neutral quality that Harry was beginning to recognize as Griphook's way of expressing strong disapproval without making direct accusations. Our records show no indication that such oversight has been conducted in your case, Mr. Potter. Indeed, until today, we had no official knowledge of your current living situation or general welfare. The weight of abandonment that Harry had carried his entire life suddenly took on a new dimension. It wasn't just that he had been unwanted by the Dursleys, or that he had been forced to grow up in a world that had no place for the strange things that happened around him. He had been systematically cut off from the world where he truly belonged, denied access to the resources and support that should have been his by right, and kept in ignorance of his own magical heritage by people who were supposed to have his best interests at heart. "What happens now?" Harry asked, surprised by how steady his own voice sounded. "Can you open my parents' will? Can you tell me what they really wanted for me?" Griphook leaned back in his chair, steepling his fingers in a gesture that suggested he was considering several complex possibilities simultaneously. When he spoke, his words came slowly and carefully, as if he were navigating through a maze of legal and political considerations. "The situation is complicated, Mr. Potter. Under normal circumstances, a sealed will can only be opened by order of the Wizengamot, or upon the heir reaching the age of majority. However, there are provisions in Goblin law that allow us to challenge magical guardianship arrangements when there is evidence of financial irregularity or deliberate harm to our clients." The Goblin's eyes glittered with something that might have been anticipation, as if the prospect of such a challenge was not entirely unwelcome. "Your appearance here today, in circumstances that clearly indicate distress and possible endangerment, combined with the financial irregularities we have discovered, provides us with grounds to request an immediate review of your situation." Harry felt a flutter of something that might have been hope, though he was almost afraid to acknowledge it. The possibility that there might be adults in the world who would actually fight for his welfare, rather than simply tolerating his existence, was so foreign to his experience that he could barely let himself believe it. "Furthermore," Griphook continued, "as your family's banking representatives, we have certain obligations to ensure that your inheritance is properly managed and that your interests are protected. The unauthorized withdrawals from your accounts constitute a breach of trust that we cannot and will not ignore." The Goblin stood, his movements brisk with the energy of someone who had reached a decision and was ready to act upon it. "With your permission, Mr. Potter, I would like to contact Director Ragnok immediately and begin the process of challenging your current guardianship arrangement. This will likely involve significant legal proceedings and considerable public attention, but it may be the only way to ensure that your parents' true wishes are honored and that your inheritance is properly protected." Harry looked at the parchment still spread across the desk, with its complex family tree and official notations that represented the life he should have had. The world he should have been part of from the very beginning. The choice before him was both simple and monumentally complex. He could return to Privet Drive and the familiar misery of his life with the Dursleys, or he could trust these strange, dignified creatures who seemed to understand something about justice and proper procedure that had been entirely absent from his experience so far. "Yes," he said, and his voice carried a strength that surprised him. "I want to know what my parents really wanted. I want to know the truth." Griphook's smile was sharp and satisfied, like a blade being drawn from its sheath. "Very well, Mr. Potter. Let us see what truths we can uncover, and what justice we can bring to bear on those who have chosen to ignore both." The chamber beneath Gringotts that would serve as Harry's temporary sanctuary was unlike anything he could have imagined in his most elaborate dreams. Director Ragnok led him through a series of corridors that seemed to burrow ever deeper into the bedrock beneath London, past doorways that hummed with protective magic, and alcoves where ancient goblin artifacts gleamed in the torchlight with the patient dignity of treasures that had been crafted to last millennia. The walls themselves told stories that Harry could only partially understand, carved with scenes of goblin history that depicted great battles, momentous treaties, and ceremonies of significance that had shaped the magical world in ways that most wizards had likely forgotten. The artistry was extraordinary, each figure carved with such precision and attention to detail that they seemed ready to step from the stone and continue their ancient business. "These halls have provided sanctuary to those in need for over 800 years, Director Ragnok explained as they walked, his voice echoing softly in the stone corridors. "Goblin law regarding guest right is absolute and inviolate. Once you have been granted our protection, Mr. Potter, no force in the magical world can compel us to surrender you against your will." The weight of that promise settled around Harry's shoulders, like a cloak woven from security itself. After 8 years of living at the mercy of people who saw his very existence as an inconvenience to be endured, the idea that there were those who would protect him simply because they had given their word was almost too wonderful to believe. "The chamber we have prepared for you," Ragnok continued, stopping before a door that was carved with intricate patterns depicting trees whose branches intertwined with goblin runes, was last occupied by a young witch whose family had been targeted during the reign of Grindelwald. She remained here for nearly 2 years while we worked to expose the corruption that had made her unsafe in the outside world. When she finally left our protection, it was to return to an inheritance that had been properly restored and a future that was entirely her own to determine. The door opened at Ragnok's touch, revealing a space that managed to be both underground and somehow filled with natural light. The ceiling was domed and painted with what appeared to be a perfect representation of a summer sky, complete with clouds that drifted lazily across the blue expanse and occasionally cast moving shadows on the floor below. The walls were lined with bookshelves that contained volumes in multiple languages, their spines glowing softly with the kind of preservation magic that kept ancient knowledge accessible to new generations. A fireplace dominated one wall, its hearth carved from green marble that seemed to contain flecks of gold that caught the light and threw it back in gentle sparkles. The fire that burned there was clearly magical, producing warmth and light without any trace of smoke or ash. Comfortable chairs were arranged around it, upholstered in rich fabrics that invited long hours of reading or quiet contemplation. "This is mine?" Harry asked, his voice barely above a whisper, as he took in the impossible luxury of a space designed entirely for his comfort and use. "For as long as you have need of it," Ragnok confirmed. "Goblin hospitality is not given lightly, Mr. Potter, but when it is given completely. You will find that the chamber has been warded against intrusion by any magical means, and the entrance can be sealed from within should you require complete privacy. Harry moved through the chamber like someone exploring a dream that he was afraid might end if he moved too quickly or made too much noise. The bed was larger than any he had ever slept in, piled high with quilts and pillows that looked as if they had been crafted by hands that understood the difference between mere luxury and genuine comfort. A writing desk stood near one of the walls, equipped with parchment, quills, and ink that gleamed like liquid starlight in their crystal bottles. "There are clothes in the wardrobe that should fit you adequately," Ragnok noted, observing Harry's continued examination of his surroundings. "And meals can be provided at whatever schedule suits your needs. Our house elves take particular pride in caring for guests who are under our protection." The mention of food reminded Harry that he hadn't eaten since the previous day, and his stomach responded with a growl that seemed unnaturally loud in the elegant silence of the chamber. Ragnok's expression softened with what might have been parental concern, and he moved toward a small silver bell that sat on a table near the fireplace. "Allow me to arrange for some refreshment while we continue our discussion," the goblin said, ringing the bell with a gentle motion that produced a sound like distant wind chimes. "There are matters regarding your situation that require immediate attention, and you will think more clearly with some proper food in your stomach." The house elf that appeared in response to the bell was unlike the few such creatures Harry had glimpsed in children's storybooks. She was small and large-eyed, as expected, but her bearing carried a dignity that spoke of valued service rather than servitude. Her clothing was well made and clean, a uniform of deep blue fabric with silver trim that marked her as part of the Gringotts household rather than the property of any individual wizard. "Pip is honored to serve the young Mr. Potter," she said, with a bow that was respectful without being obsequious. "What would the young master prefer for his meal?" Harry stared at her for a moment, completely at a loss. No one had ever asked him what he would prefer to eat. Meals at Privet Drive consisted of whatever the Dursleys were having, minus portions that were deemed too generous for someone of his questionable deserving. The idea that he could actually express preferences about food was so foreign that he couldn't immediately think of how to respond. "Perhaps," Ragnok suggested gently, "something simple to start. Soup and fresh bread, with some fruit, and perhaps a selection of pastries. The young wizard has had a difficult day, and needs nourishment more than elaborate cuisine." Pip nodded enthusiastically, and disappeared with the soft pop that seemed to be characteristic of house elf magic. Within moments, she had returned with a tray that seemed far too large for her small arms to carry, laden with dishes that filled the chamber with aromas that made Harry's mouth water, despite his emotional exhaustion. The soup was unlike anything Harry had ever tasted, rich and warming with flavors that seemed to settle into his bones and chase away the lingering chill of fear and uncertainty. The bread was still warm from the oven, with a crust that crackled when he broke it, and an interior that was soft and fragrant with herbs he couldn't identify. There were indeed pastries, delicate things filled with cream and fruit that tasted like concentrated sunshine, and fresh fruit that had clearly been selected for both flavor and nutritional value. As Harry ate, Ragnok settled into one of the chairs near the fireplace and began to outline the legal and practical realities of their situation. The goblin's voice took on the measured cadence of someone who was accustomed to explaining complex matters to clients who might not fully understand the implications of what they were hearing. "The challenge we face, Mr. Potter, is that your current guardianship arrangement was established through entirely legal means, even if the motivations behind it were questionable. Albus Dumbledore's position as Chief Warlock gave him the authority to seal your parents' will, and his role as your magical guardian was confirmed by the proper authorities following your parents' deaths." Ragnok paused, allowing Harry to absorb this information while he continued eating. The goblin's expression was that of someone working through a particularly complex puzzle, examining each piece to determine how it might fit with the others. "However," he continued, "goblin law provides certain protections for our clients that supersede wizarding legal arrangements when there is evidence of financial malfeasance or deliberate harm. The unauthorized withdrawals from your accounts constitute such evidence, as does your current physical condition, which clearly indicates neglect, if not outright abuse. Harry looked down at himself, suddenly conscious again of his too thin frame, the healing cuts on his feet, and the bruises that were still visible on his arms from Uncle Vernon's most recent discipline. In the elegant comfort of this underground chamber, surrounded by evidence of care and consideration, the casual violence of his daily life at Privet Drive seemed even more shocking than it had when he was living through it. "Our healers will need to examine you thoroughly and document their findings," Ragnok explained. "This evidence will be crucial in any legal challenge to your current guardianship arrangement. Goblin healing records are accepted as authoritative by all magical courts, and they cannot be disputed or dismissed as biased testimony. The prospect of yet more strangers examining him and cataloguing his injuries was not entirely welcome, but Harry found that he trusted these goblins in a way that he had never trusted any adult before. There was something in their manner that suggested they understood the difference between necessary procedures and gratuitous intrusion, between documentation that served a purpose and examination that was conducted merely to satisfy curiosity. "There is another matter that requires your immediate attention," Ragnok continued, his tone taking on added gravity. "The magical world must be informed of your current situation before Professor Dumbledore has the opportunity to control the narrative. Public opinion will be crucial in any challenge to his authority, and it is essential that your version of events be heard before his inevitable attempts to discredit our actions." Harry set down his spoon and looked directly at the goblin, trying to understand the implications of what was being suggested. The idea of his private business becoming a matter of public discussion was deeply uncomfortable, but he was beginning to grasp that his situation was far too complex to be resolved quietly or behind closed doors. "What would I need to do?" he asked, his voice steady despite the nervousness that was building in his stomach. "We will arrange for you to be interviewed by a reputable journalist from the Daily Prophet," Ragnok explained. "Someone who understands the importance of accuracy and has no particular allegiance to Professor Dumbledore or his version of events. Your story, told in your own words, will be far more powerful than any denial or explanation that might be offered by those who have failed in their duty to protect you." The goblin leaned forward slightly, his expression becoming more intense. "You must understand, Mr. Potter, that once this information becomes public, there will be no possibility of returning to your previous circumstances. The magical world will know who you are, where you have been, and what has been done to you. This knowledge will change everything about your future, and not all of those changes will be comfortable or easy to navigate." Harry considered this warning carefully, weighing the known misery of his life with the Dursleys against the uncertain challenges of a public existence in a world he barely understood. But the choice, when he really examined it, was not difficult at all. Any future that included the possibility of justice and the chance to learn the truth about his parents was better than a return to the cupboard under the stairs and the endless catalogue of punishments for crimes that consisted mainly of existing while being unwanted. "I want to do it," he said firmly. "I want people to know what really happened." Ragnok's smile was sharp with satisfaction, and Harry caught a glimpse of the fierce warrior that existed beneath the banker's professional demeanor. "Very well. I will make the necessary arrangements immediately. In the meantime, you should rest and allow our healers to attend to you. Tomorrow will bring challenges that will require all of your strength and courage." As if summoned by the mention of healing, another goblin appeared at the chamber door, this one carrying a leather satchel that marked him as a medical practitioner. He was older than either Griphook or Ragnok, his face lined with the kind of experience that came from decades of treating magical ailments and injuries. "I am Healer Ironforge," he introduced himself with a bow that was respectful but not subservient. "Director Ragnok has asked me to examine you and document any evidence of mistreatment or neglect. I assure you that the examination will be conducted with all possible consideration for your dignity and comfort." The healer's manner was both professional and kind, and Harry found himself submitting to the examination without the resistance he might have expected from himself. Ironforge's magic was gentle but thorough, revealing injuries and signs of malnutrition that Harry had grown so accustomed to that he had stopped thinking of them as abnormal. "Chronic malnutrition," the healer muttered as he worked, his voice growing steadily more grim. Multiple healed fractures that were never properly treated, evidence of repeated physical abuse spanning several years, magical suppression that appears to have been artificially induced and maintained. This last observation caused Harry to look up sharply. What does that mean? Magical suppression? Ironforge's expression was carefully controlled, but Harry could see the anger that burned behind his professional calm. "Your magical abilities, Mr. Potter, have been deliberately constrained by external means. This is not a natural condition, nor is it the result of trauma or accident. Someone has been actively working to prevent your magic from developing normally." The implications of this revelation were staggering. Not only had Harry been denied access to the magical world and his rightful inheritance, but his very abilities had been tampered with to keep him weak and manageable. The floating teacup incident that had led to his flight from Privet Drive suddenly took on new significance as possibly the first crack in whatever constraints had been placed upon him. "Can it be reversed?" Harry asked, his voice tight with a mixture of hope and anger. "The suppression appears to be breaking down naturally as you mature," Ironforge replied. "Being in an environment rich with magical energy, such as Gringotts, will accelerate the process. However, the full restoration of your abilities may take some time, and you will likely experience periods of instability as your magic reasserts itself." The healer finished his examination and began making notes on a piece of parchment that seemed to write itself as he spoke, recording his findings in precise language that would be suitable for legal proceedings. Harry watched the words appear, each one representing another piece of evidence in the case that was building against those who had controlled his life. "These records will be sealed and held in our most secure vaults," Ironforge assured him. "They cannot be tampered with, destroyed, or altered by any magical means known to wizardkind. Whatever challenges lie ahead, the truth of what has been done to you will be preserved and available to support your cause." As the healer gathered his instruments and prepared to leave, Ragnok stood and moved toward the chamber door. "I will return tomorrow morning with updates on our legal progress and arrangements for your interview. Until then, you are safe here, Mr. Potter. Rest, eat, and allow yourself to begin imagining a future that is entirely your own to determine." Alone in the chamber for the first time, Harry found himself walking slowly around the space that had been given to him, touching the furniture and examining the books with the careful attention of someone who was trying to convince himself that this wasn't all an elaborate dream that would dissolve when he woke up. The fireplace drew his attention particularly, with its warm light and the sense of comfort that seemed to radiate from it like a physical presence. He settled into one of the chairs facing the fire and pulled one of the soft quilts around his shoulders, feeling truly warm for the first time in longer than he could remember. Tomorrow would bring challenges that he could barely comprehend. There would be interviews and legal proceedings, public attention, and probably anger from those who had profited from keeping him ignorant and powerless. But tonight, in this chamber deep beneath London, surrounded by the protection of allies who had their own reasons for seeing justice done, Harry Potter allowed himself to believe that his real life was finally about to begin. The fire crackled softly in its magical hearth, and for the first time in 8 years, Harry fell asleep without fear of what the morning might bring. The morning brought with it a flurry of activity that transformed Gringotts from the quietly dignified institution Harry had encountered the day before into something resembling a fortress preparing for siege. The change was subtle but unmistakable, visible in the way the goblins moved with increased urgency through the marble halls, in the additional security personnel who had appeared overnight at key positions, and in the tension that seemed to crackle in the air like electricity before a thunderstorm. Harry woke in his underground chamber, feeling more rested than he had in years, surrounded by the kind of comfort he had never imagined possible. The magical ceiling still showed a perfect summer sky, though now it displayed the soft light of early dawn, complete with the gentle sounds of bird song that seemed to emanate from somewhere beyond the painted clouds. For several minutes he lay in the incredibly soft bed, trying to convince himself that the events of the previous day had actually happened, and that he hadn't simply dreamed himself into a better life. The knock at his door came precisely as the painted sun reached what appeared to be 8 o'clock, delivered with the kind of respectful firmness that suggested important business was at hand. Harry found Griphook waiting outside, dressed in formal robes that were even more elaborate than those he had worn the day before. Their deep green fabric shot through with gold thread that caught the torchlight and threw it back in patterns that seemed to shift and dance with his movements. "Good morning, Mr. Potter," Griphook said, with a bow that was both respectful and somehow conspiratorial. "I trust you slept well. Director Ragnok has asked me to inform you that we have received several communications regarding your situation, and your presence is requested in the main conference chamber as soon as you are ready." The gravity in Griphook's voice suggested that these communications were significant, though whether in a positive or negative sense remained to be determined. Harry dressed quickly in clothes from the wardrobe that fit him perfectly, marveling again at the attention to detail that characterized everything about his treatment at Gringotts. Even the shoes were exactly his size, comfortable and well-made, in a way that made him think they had been crafted specifically for his use. The conference chamber was larger and more formal than the private office where Harry had first met with Director Ragnok. The walls were lined with portraits of distinguished goblins, whose eyes followed visitors with the kind of penetrating intelligence that suggested they were more than merely decorative. A massive table dominated the center of the room, its surface covered with documents, letters, and what appeared to be several copies of a newspaper whose headlines were large enough to read from across the room. Director Ragnok stood at the head of the table, his expression more serious than Harry had yet seen it, while several other goblins were arranged around the table's perimeter, like generals planning a campaign. The atmosphere was one of controlled urgency, as if important decisions were being made and implemented with the kind of precision that came from centuries of experience in handling complex political situations. "Ah, Mr. Potter," Ragnok said, as Harry entered, his voice carrying the particular tone of someone who was about to deliver news that was both significant and potentially troubling. "Thank you for joining us so promptly. I'm afraid that events are moving rather more quickly than we had anticipated." The director gestured toward a chair that had been positioned to give Harry a clear view of both the assembled goblins and the documents spread across the table. As Harry took his seat, he could see that several of the letters bore official seals that even his limited knowledge of the magical world told him were important. One bore the distinctive letterhead of the Ministry of Magic, while others carried symbols that he didn't recognize, but which seemed to radiate authority and official weight. "The letter you requested we send to the Ministry of Magic regarding access to your parents' will was delivered last evening," Ragnok began, his tone carefully neutral in a way that suggested the response had been both swift and not entirely welcome. "We have received what can only be described as a rather forceful reply from the office of the Minister for Magic himself." Griphook stepped forward and lifted one of the documents from the table, its parchment bearing what appeared to be an official government seal in dark red wax. When he read from it, his voice took on the formal cadence of someone quoting directly from official correspondence. "The Ministry of Magic acknowledges receipt of the inquiry regarding the will of James and Lily Potter. However, we must inform all concerned parties that the guardianship arrangements for Harry Potter were established through proper legal channels and remain in full effect. Any attempt to circumvent these arrangements or remove the minor in question from his lawful guardians will be met with the full force of magical law." The implications of this response settled around the room like a physical weight. Harry felt his heart sink as he realized that the ministry, which should have been interested in ensuring his welfare, was instead more concerned with protecting the authority of those who had been controlling his life. The message was clear. Whatever legal challenge they mounted would face opposition not just from Dumbledore personally, but from the entire apparatus of magical government. "There is more," Ragnok continued grimly. "We have also received communications from Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, from the office of the Chief Warlock of the Wizengamot, and from several other parties who appear to have been alerted to your presence here with remarkable speed." Another goblin, one Harry hadn't met before, stood and lifted a second letter from the collection on the table. This one bore a seal that depicted a phoenix in flight, its wings spread in a design that somehow managed to convey both beauty and implicit threat. "From the desk of Albus Dumbledore, headmaster of Hogwarts School," the goblin read, his voice dripping with barely concealed disdain. "I am deeply concerned to learn that young Harry Potter has left the safety of his relative's home and is currently residing at Gringotts Bank. While I appreciate the goblin's traditional hospitality toward those in need, I must stress that Harry's current living situation is not in his best interests. The protective magic that safeguards him requires his presence with his blood relatives, and his removal from that environment places him in considerable danger. I request immediate access to speak with Harry, so that these matters can be resolved quickly and quietly." The conference chamber fell silent, as the implications of Dumbledore's letter were absorbed by everyone present. Harry felt a chill that had nothing to do with the temperature of the underground room. There was something in the phrasing of the letter, in its assumption that Harry's own wishes were irrelevant to decisions about his life, that reminded him uncomfortably of Uncle Vernon's approach to solving problems that Harry represented. The interesting aspect of Professor Dumbledore's communication, Ragnok noted, with the kind of dry precision that suggested he had identified something significant, is that it arrived here approximately 30 minutes after we sent our letter to the Ministry. This suggests either remarkably efficient communication between government officers or advanced knowledge that such a letter was likely to be sent. Harry's understanding of political maneuvering was limited, but even he could grasp the implications of what Ragnok was suggesting. Someone had been watching Gringotts, or monitoring communications, or otherwise ensuring that Dumbledore would be immediately informed of any attempt to challenge his authority over Harry's life. The speed of the response spoke to the existence of systems and arrangements that went far beyond what would be necessary for the simple guardianship of one orphaned child. However, Ragnok continued, and there was something in his tone that suggested he was about to reveal information that would shift the balance of power in their favor. Professor Dumbledore is not the only party who has taken an interest in your situation. We have also received several communications that are considerably more supportive of your cause. The director moved around the table to lift a third letter, this one bearing a seal that depicted scales of justice balanced above a wand and scroll. From the office of Amelia Bones, director of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement. She has requested permission to interview you regarding the circumstances of your guardianship and to review any evidence of neglect or abuse that might warrant official investigation. Harry felt a flutter of something that might have been hope. The idea that there were people in positions of authority who were willing to investigate rather than simply dismiss his situation was more encouraging than anything he had heard since arriving at Gringotts. "There is also this," Griphook added, producing a letter written on parchment that was distinctly different from the official communications, its surface bearing the kind of elegant watermark that suggested private correspondence from someone of considerable means. "From Narcissa Malfoy, née Black, expressing concern for your welfare and offering information regarding pure-blood inheritance laws that might be relevant to your case." The name Malfoy meant nothing to Harry, but the reaction it produced among the assembled goblins was immediate and complex. Several exchanged glances that suggested the offer was both unexpected and potentially significant, while others seemed to view it with the kind of suspicion normally reserved for gifts that arrived without clear explanation of their purpose. "The Black family," Ragnok explained, noting Harry's confusion, "has ancient connections to the Potter line, and their knowledge of inheritance law is both extensive and frequently useful in complex legal situations. However, the current generation of that family has not always aligned itself with causes that most would consider morally defensible. Before Harry could ask for clarification of this cryptic warning, another knock came at the chamber door. This one carrying the kind of urgency that suggested immediate attention was required. The goblin who entered looked as if he had been running, his formal robes slightly disheveled, and his expression tense with the effort of delivering important news quickly. "Director Ragnok," the newcomer said with a hurried bow. "Ministry officials have arrived and are demanding immediate access to speak with Mr. Potter. They are accompanied by Professor Dumbledore and appear to have some form of legal authorization." The silence that followed this announcement was heavy with implication. Harry felt his stomach drop as he realized that the sanctuary he had found at Gringotts might not be as secure as he had been led to believe. If Dumbledore had managed to obtain official support for removing him from the bank's protection, then all of their careful plans and legal maneuvering might be meaningless. "What kind of legal authorization?" Ragnok asked, his voice deadly quiet in the way that suggested he was struggling to contain considerable anger. "A writ of protective custody, issued by emergency decree of the Wizengamot," came the reply. "They claim immediate authority to remove Mr. Potter from any environment deemed unsuitable for his continued welfare." Harry watched as Director Ragnok's expression shifted through several stages of emotion, from surprise through anger to something that looked almost like satisfaction. When the goblin spoke again, his voice carried the kind of sharp precision that Harry was beginning to associate with particularly dangerous moments in goblin politics. "How very interesting," Ragnok murmured. "An emergency decree issued overnight, without proper notice to the affected parties, regarding a child who has been living in demonstrably harmful conditions for 7 years without any official intervention whatsoever. One might almost think that certain parties were more concerned with maintaining control than with ensuring actual welfare." The director turned to face Harry directly, his expression serious but not without sympathy. "Mr. Potter, I must inform you that goblin law regarding guest right will protect you from removal against your will. But invoking those protections will likely result in a significant diplomatic incident between Gringotts and the Ministry of Magic. The consequences could be far-reaching and affect more than just your immediate situation." Harry felt the weight of decision settling on his shoulders like a cloak made of lead. The choice before him was stark: submit to removal and return to a life where others controlled every aspect of his existence, or remain under goblin protection and become the center of a political conflict that could have implications he couldn't even imagine. "What would happen if I stayed here?" he asked, his voice steadier than he felt. "The ministry would likely attempt to pressure Gringotts through economic and political means," Ragnok replied honestly. "There might be threats to our banking licenses, attempts to freeze accounts, or other forms of retaliation designed to force our compliance. However, goblin treaties with the magical world date back nearly 1,000 years, and they explicitly protect our right to offer sanctuary to those in need." The goblin paused, studying Harry's face with the kind of attention that suggested he was trying to gauge how much truth a young mind could handle at once. "The real question, Mr. Potter, is whether you are prepared to become a symbol of resistance to those who have been controlling your life. Once you make this choice, there will be no quiet resolution. Your case will become a matter of public debate and political maneuvering, and not everyone will support your cause." Harry thought about the cupboard under the stairs, about Uncle Vernon's belt and Aunt Petunia's casual cruelty, about 8 years of being told that he was worthless and unwanted, and that any kindness shown to him was more than he deserved. Then he thought about the comfortable chamber where he had slept peacefully for the first time in his life, about the goblins who had treated him with dignity and respect, and about the parents he had never known who had left instructions for his care that had been deliberately ignored. "I want to stay," he said firmly. "I want to know the truth about my parents' will, and I want people to answer for what they've done to me." Ragnok's smile was sharp with approval and anticipation. Very well, Mr. Potter. Let us see how committed Professor Dumbledore is to your welfare when he discovers that his authority is not quite as absolute as he has been led to believe." The director turned to address the assembled goblins with the kind of crisp authority that suggested years of experience in handling complex political situations. "Invoke full sanctuary protocols immediately. No one enters these halls without explicit permission from this office. Alert our legal department that we will need a full brief on wizarding guardianship law within the hour. And send word to our contacts at the Daily Prophet that we have a story they will find very interesting indeed." As the other goblins dispersed to carry out these instructions, Ragnok turned back to Harry with an expression that was both protective and calculating. "The battle for your freedom begins now, Mr. Potter. I suggest you prepare yourself for considerable attention and scrutiny. By the time this day is over, the entire magical world will know your name and your story. Through the stone walls of the conference chamber, faintly but unmistakably, came the sound of raised voices from the banking hall above. Dumbledore and his ministry allies had arrived, and they were clearly not pleased to discover that their authority was being challenged by institutions with their own ancient rights and their own ideas about justice. The war for Harry Potter's future had begun. The confrontation came precisely at noon, announced not by any clock, but by the sudden change in the magical atmosphere that permeated Gringotts Bank. Harry felt it first as a pressure against his skin, like the sensation of standing too close to a lightning rod during a thunderstorm, followed by a resonance in his bones that seemed to vibrate with barely contained power. From his position in the conference chamber deep beneath the banking hall, he could sense the arrival of someone whose magical presence was so overwhelming that it seemed to press against the ancient wards of the goblin stronghold like water against a dam. Director Ragnok's expression shifted to something that Harry had never seen before, a mixture of anticipation and what might have been respect, though it was the kind of respect one might show to a particularly dangerous predator. The other goblins in the chamber straightened to attention, their hands moving unconsciously toward weapons that Harry hadn't realized they were carrying, their faces taking on the kind of alert readiness that spoke of years of training in handling threats that most beings couldn't even imagine. "He has arrived," Ragnok announced unnecessarily, his voice carrying the peculiar quality of someone who was both entirely prepared for this moment and still somewhat awed by its significance. "Professor Albus Dumbledore, in all his considerable glory, has come to reclaim what he considers to be his ward." The sound of voices from the banking hall above had been growing steadily louder throughout the morning, a constant murmur of official business that had taken on increasingly urgent undertones as the day progressed. Now that murmur was punctuated by a voice that carried with it the kind of authority that expected immediate obedience, speaking in tones that managed to be both grandfatherly and implacable at the same time. "I must insist on seeing the child immediately," came the voice, muffled by layers of stone and magical protection, but still clearly audible in its determination. "Harry Potter is under my care and protection, and his presence here represents a serious breach of the guardianship arrangements that were established for his own safety." Harry found himself moving toward the chamber door, drawn by a curiosity that was stronger than his apprehension about facing the man who had controlled so much of his life from the shadows. Griphook appeared at his elbow with the silent efficiency that seemed characteristic of goblin movement, his presence both protective and somehow conspiratorial. "There is a viewing chamber," Griphook murmured, his voice pitched low enough that only Harry could hear, "where you can observe the proceedings without being seen yourself. It might be instructive for you to witness Professor Dumbledore's methods when he believes himself to be dealing only with goblins." The viewing chamber proved to be a marvel of goblin engineering, a small room whose walls were made of some material that appeared to be solid stone from one side, but provided a perfect view of the banking hall from the other. Harry pressed his face to the magical window and got his first look at the man who had shaped his entire existence without ever bothering to meet him. Albus Dumbledore was nothing like what Harry had expected, though he would have been hard-pressed to explain exactly what he had been expecting. The man was tall and imposing, with long silver hair and a beard that reached nearly to his waist, both perfectly groomed despite the suggestion of casual informality in their flowing arrangement. His robes were deep purple, with silver embroidery that seemed to shift and sparkle in the light, and his presence seemed to fill the vast banking hall in a way that had nothing to do with his physical size. But it was his eyes that truly commanded attention, blue eyes that seemed to hold depths of knowledge and experience that went far beyond what any single lifetime could accumulate. They were eyes that had seen centuries of history unfold, that had witnessed the rise and fall of dark wizards, and the consequences of choices made in moments of crisis. They were also, Harry realized with a chill, that had nothing to do with the temperature of his hiding place, eyes that were completely focused on getting exactly what they wanted from this encounter. Flanking Dumbledore were several figures in official ministry robes, their bearing and expressions marking them as people accustomed to having their authority respected without question. At the center of this group stood a man whose florid face and pompous manner immediately marked him as someone who valued appearance over substance, his every gesture calculated to convey importance and official weight. "Minister Fudge," Director Ragnarok said, with a bow that was precisely as respectful as protocol demanded, and not 1 degree more. "Professor Dumbledore, welcome to Gringotts Bank. I trust your journey was not too taxing." Cornelius Fudge stepped forward with the kind of bluster that Harry was beginning to recognize as characteristic of people who were not entirely confident in their authority, but were determined to project it anyway. His voice carried the particular quality of someone who was used to getting his way through persistence rather than persuasion. "Director Ragnarok," Fudge began, his tone managing to convey both official courtesy and barely concealed impatience. "We are here on a matter of considerable urgency regarding the welfare of a minor child who is currently residing within your establishment. I have here a writ of protective custody that grants us immediate authority to remove Harry Potter from any environment that might be deemed unsuitable for his continued well-being." The minister brandished a scroll of official parchment with the kind of theatrical flourish that suggested he was more interested in making an impression than in actually conducting serious business. The document bore multiple seals and signatures, all arranged with the kind of bureaucratic precision that was designed to overwhelm opposition through sheer official weight. Ragnarok examined the proffered document with the careful attention of someone who was intimately familiar with the nuances of legal language and the ways in which official authority could be manipulated to serve private interests. His expression remained carefully neutral as he read, but Harry could see the slight tightening around his eyes that suggested he was finding the contents both predictable and distasteful. "An impressive document, Minister," Ragnarok replied, after completing his examination, his tone carrying just enough dryness to suggest that he was not entirely impressed by impressive documents. "Issued, I note, by emergency decree, without the usual requirements for prior notification or opportunity for response from the affected parties. One might almost think that speed was considered more important than proper procedure." Dumbledore stepped forward before Fudge could respond, his movement carrying the kind of graceful authority that seemed to bend the very air around him to his will. When he spoke, his voice was warm with the kind of grandfatherly concern that was designed to disarm opposition and create the impression that any resistance to his wishes was both unreasonable and unkind. "Director Ragnarok," Dumbledore said, his tone suggesting that this entire situation was nothing more than an unfortunate misunderstanding that could easily be resolved through reasonable discussion. "I understand that young Harry has sought refuge here, and I want you to know that I appreciate the traditional goblin hospitality that has been extended to him. However, I'm sure you understand that a child of his age and particular circumstances requires very specific forms of protection that can only be provided in his proper home." The headmaster's eyes seemed to twinkle with the kind of benevolent wisdom that had clearly served him well in countless difficult situations, but Harry found himself noticing that the warmth never quite reached beyond the surface. There was something calculated in the way Dumbledore deployed his charm, as if every gesture and expression had been carefully chosen for maximum effect. "Harry's parents died to protect him," Dumbledore continued, his voice taking on the kind of solemnity that was designed to remind everyone present of the gravity of the situation and the weight of responsibility that rested on those charged with the boy's care. Their sacrifice created powerful magical protections that are anchored in his blood and can only function when he resides with his blood relatives. Removing him from that environment would not only be unwise, but potentially catastrophic for his continued safety. Ragnok listened to this explanation with the kind of patient attention that suggested he was cataloguing every word for future reference, his expression giving no indication of whether he found the argument compelling or ridiculous. When Dumbledore finished speaking, the Goblin director allowed a moment of silence to settle over the banking hall before responding with the kind of precision that suggested he had been preparing for exactly this conversation. "Professor Dumbledore," Ragnok said, his voice carrying the weight of centuries of Goblin lore and tradition, "your concern for Mr. Potter's welfare is noted and, I'm sure, entirely sincere. However, Gringotts Bank operates under treaties and legal frameworks that predate the current Ministry of Magic by several centuries, and those frameworks include specific provisions regarding our obligations to clients who seek our protection." The Goblin director moved to stand directly in front of Dumbledore, his smaller stature in no way diminishing the authority he projected as he continued his response. "Mr. Potter came to us of his own volition, bearing evidence of systematic neglect and abuse that has been ongoing for years without any intervention from the authorities charged with monitoring his welfare. Under Goblin law, we are not merely permitted, but required to offer him sanctuary until such time as his situation can be properly investigated and resolved." Harry watched from his hidden vantage point as Dumbledore's expression shifted almost imperceptibly, the grandfatherly warmth giving way to something harder and more calculating. It was a change so subtle that Harry might have missed it entirely if he hadn't been watching so intently. But once he saw it, he couldn't unsee the coldness that lay beneath the carefully constructed facade. "I appreciate your position, Director Ragnok," Dumbledore replied, his tone still carefully modulated to suggest reasonable discussion rather than confrontation. "But I'm afraid you may not fully understand the unique circumstances surrounding Harry's situation. The magical protections I mentioned are not merely theoretical constructs, but active spells that require very specific conditions to maintain their effectiveness. Every moment that Harry spends away from his designated guardians weakens those protections and increases the danger he faces from those who would wish him harm." The headmaster paused, allowing his words to sink in before continuing with the kind of paternal authority that was designed to make opposition seem both selfish and dangerous. "I have spent the past 7 years carefully maintaining the delicate balance of magic that keeps Harry safe, and I cannot allow that work to be undone by well-meaning but misguided interference, regardless of the source." Minister Fudge stepped forward again, apparently feeling that the moment called for the weight of official authority to be brought to bear more directly. His voice carried the particular bluster of someone who was accustomed to having his pronouncements accepted without question, regardless of their actual merit or legal foundation. "The matter is quite simple, Director Ragnok," Fudge announced, with the kind of finality that suggested he considered the discussion to be over rather than just beginning. "We have proper legal authority to remove the child from your premises, and we expect that authority to be respected. Any attempt to obstruct us in the performance of our duties will be viewed as interference with ministry business and dealt with accordingly." The threat was unmistakable, though it was delivered with the kind of bureaucratic language that was designed to make it sound like reasonable administrative procedure rather than naked coercion. Harry felt his stomach clench as he realized that the Goblins were being asked to choose between protecting him and maintaining their relationship with the magical government that regulated so much of their business. Director Ragnok's response came with the kind of quiet authority that made Fudge's bluster seem suddenly hollow and ineffectual. When the goblin spoke, his words carried the weight of institutions that had weathered centuries of political turmoil and emerged stronger for having done so. "Minister Fudge, Professor Dumbledore," Ragnok said, his tone remaining scrupulously polite, while somehow managing to convey complete dismissal of their threats. "I believe there has been a fundamental misunderstanding about the nature of goblin sovereignty and our obligations under the treaties that govern our relationship with the wizarding world." The goblin director gestured broadly at the marble halls around them, his movement encompassing not just the immediate space, but the entire institution that stretched deep into the bedrock beneath London. "Gringotts Bank is not merely a business that operates at the sufferance of the Ministry of Magic. We are a sovereign entity, with our own laws, our own courts, and our own obligations to our clients. Those obligations include the provision of sanctuary to those who seek our protection, regardless of any external pressure that might be brought to bear." Ragnok's words seemed to echo in the vast space of the banking hall, creating ripples of sound that emphasized the age and permanence of the institution he represented. "The writ you have presented is certainly impressive in its official weight, but it has no authority within these halls. If you wish to challenge our right to offer sanctuary to Mr. Potter, you are welcome to pursue that challenge through the proper diplomatic channels, which I believe will require considerably more time and preparation than you have invested in this particular effort." Harry watched as the implications of Ragnok's statement settled over the official delegation like a cold fog. The confident authority that Fudge and his companions had projected began to crack as they realized that their carefully orchestrated show of force was being dismissed not through defiance, but through the simple assertion of legal rights that predated their own authority by centuries. Dumbledore, however, seemed less surprised by this development than his companions. His expression remained thoughtful rather than frustrated, as if he had expected this response and was already calculating his next approach. When he spoke again, his voice carried a different quality, less grandfatherly warmth and more the kind of subtle threat that came from someone who was accustomed to getting his way through means that went far beyond official channels. "I understand your position, Director Ragnok, and I respect the ancient traditions that govern goblin law," Dumbledore said, his words carrying implications that were far more complex than their surface meaning suggested. "However, I hope you will also understand that the forces arrayed against young Harry are both powerful and persistent. The protections that keep him safe are not merely legal constructs but practical necessities, and those who would seek to harm him will not be deterred by the sanctity of any institution, no matter how ancient or well defended." The threat was subtle but unmistakable, wrapped in language that suggested concern for Harry's welfare, while actually promising consequences for anyone who interfered with Dumbledore's plans. Harry felt a chill run down his spine as he realized that the man who had controlled his life from the shadows was not above threatening even the goblins if they stood in his way. "Furthermore," Dumbledore continued, his voice taking on the kind of regretful authority that suggested he was being forced to consider options he would prefer to avoid, "I'm afraid that Harry's magical development may be reaching a critical stage that requires very specific forms of guidance and control. His presence in an environment with such concentrated magical energy may be accelerating processes that should be carefully managed over a much longer period of time." Director Ragnok's expression sharpened with interest that was both professional and personal, as if Dumbledore had just revealed information that was far more significant than the headmaster had intended. "Indeed? And what specific processes might those be? Professor, our own magical specialists have examined Mr. Potter and found evidence of artificial suppression that appears to be breaking down naturally as he matures. Are you perhaps concerned about losing control over those artificial constraints?" The silence that followed this question was heavy with implication. Harry saw Dumbledore's carefully composed expression flicker for just a moment, revealing something beneath that was far less benevolent than his public persona suggested. It was only a moment, but it was enough to confirm what Harry had been beginning to suspect about the true nature of the man who claimed to be protecting him. "I believe," Dumbledore said, finally, his voice taking on a note of finality that suggested he had reached the end of his patience with diplomatic niceties, "that this conversation has reached an impasse that cannot be resolved through discussion alone. I regret that it has come to this, but the child's safety must take precedence over all other considerations." The magical pressure in the banking hall suddenly intensified, as if Dumbledore were drawing upon reserves of power that went far beyond what most wizards could access. The very air seemed to thicken with potential energy, and Harry felt his own untrained magical senses respond with a mixture of recognition and instinctive resistance. But before Dumbledore could act on whatever he was preparing to do, the hall was suddenly filled with goblins. They emerged from doorways and alcoves that Harry hadn't even noticed, moving with the kind of coordinated precision that spoke of years of training in defending their territory against exactly this sort of threat. Within moments, Dumbledore and his ministry companions found themselves surrounded by dozens of armed goblins, whose expressions left no doubt about their willingness to defend their sovereignty. "Professor Dumbledore," Ragnok said, his voice now carrying the unmistakable edge of someone who had been pushed beyond the limits of diplomatic courtesy, "I believe you have forgotten exactly where you are standing. These halls have protected our clients from threats far more dangerous than you represent, and they will continue to do so long after your current concerns have been forgotten by history." The standoff stretched for several long moments, magical pressure building in the air like steam in a boiler that was approaching its breaking point. Harry found himself holding his breath, torn between hope that his protectors would prevail and fear of the consequences if this confrontation escalated into actual violence. Finally, with visible effort, Dumbledore allowed the magical pressure he had been building to dissipate. His expression returned to its carefully controlled mask of benevolent concern, though the cold calculation beneath was now much more visible to anyone who knew how to look for it. "Very well," Dumbledore said, his tone suggesting that this was merely a temporary setback rather than a decisive defeat. "I can see that you are determined to maintain your current position, regardless of the consequences. However, I hope you will remember that some protections cannot be provided indefinitely, and some enemies cannot be held at bay through isolation alone." With that final veiled threat, Dumbledore turned and swept from the banking hall, his ministry companions trailing behind him, with expressions that suggested they were still processing the fact that their authority had been so thoroughly dismissed. The goblins maintained their positions until the official delegation had completely departed, only relaxing their vigilance when the last echo of footsteps had faded from the marble corridors. Harry remained at his viewing post long after the confrontation had ended, watching as the banking hall gradually returned to its normal rhythm of quiet business. The demonstration of power he had just witnessed had shown him more about the true nature of his situation than all the documents and explanations he had received since arriving at Gringotts. Director Ragnok's voice behind him broke him from his reverie. "Well, Mr. Potter, you have now seen Professor Dumbledore's approach to obstacles that do not yield to his preferred methods. I trust the experience has been instructive." Harry turned to face the Goblin director, his mind still processing the implications of everything he had witnessed. "He was going to try to take me by force, wasn't he?" "I believe that was certainly one of the options he was prepared to consider," Ragnok replied with characteristic goblin precision. "The question now is what he will try next, because I can assure you that this defeat will not discourage him from pursuing other avenues to regain control over your person and your inheritance." Harry nodded, understanding that the battle he had just witnessed was only the beginning of a much larger war for control of his future. But for the first time in his life, he was not facing that war alone. The aftermath of Dumbledore's failed attempt to reclaim Harry brought with it a flurry of activity that transformed Gringotts from a bastion under siege into the center of a rapidly expanding network of alliances and investigations. Word of the confrontation had spread through the magical world with the kind of speed that suggested the goblin-wizard conflict was being watched by far more parties than Harry had initially realized, and the responses came from directions that no one had anticipated. The first unexpected ally arrived barely 3 hours after Dumbledore's departure, announced not by official correspondence, but by the sudden appearance of a silver doe that materialized in the main banking hall and spoke in a voice that carried both urgency and barely controlled emotion. "Director Ragnok," the Patronus said, its form shimmering with the kind of magical energy that spoke of powerful emotion driving its creation. "I am Amelia Bones of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement. I request immediate permission to interview Harry Potter regarding allegations of abuse and the circumstances surrounding his guardianship. I also wish to examine any evidence of financial irregularities that may have occurred in connection with his inheritance." The silver doe dissolved as suddenly as it had appeared, leaving behind only the echo of words that carried implications far beyond their surface meaning. Harry, who had been summoned to witness this development, found himself staring at the space where the Patronus had stood while trying to process the significance of what he had just heard. "Director Bones," Ragnok explained with the kind of satisfaction that came from seeing one's careful planning begin to bear fruit, is widely regarded as one of the most competent and incorruptible officials in the Ministry of Magic. Her interest in your case represents a significant shift in the political landscape surrounding your situation. Before Harry could fully absorb the implications of this development, another unexpected visitor was announced. This time, it was a living person, rather than a magical message, though the identity of the visitor was perhaps even more surprising than the Patronus had been. Remus Lupin entered the banking hall with the kind of careful dignity that spoke of someone who was accustomed to being unwelcome in most places, but had learned to carry himself with quiet pride, despite the constant rejection. He was younger than Harry had expected, perhaps in his late 20s, with prematurely grey hair and clothes that were clean and well-maintained, despite being obviously old and worn. But it was his eyes that captured Harry's attention, amber-flecked eyes that held depths of pain and wisdom that seemed far too old for his relatively young face. "Mr. Lupin," Director Ragnok said with a bow that was considerably more respectful than those he had offered to the ministry officials. "Welcome to Gringotts. I understand you have requested to speak with Mr. Potter regarding matters of mutual concern." Remus nodded, his gaze moving past the goblin director to fix on Harry with an intensity that was both searching and somehow heart-breakingly hopeful. When he spoke, his voice carried the kind of careful control that suggested he was struggling with emotions that were too powerful and too complex to be easily managed. "Harry," he said, and there was something in the way he spoke the name that made it sound like a prayer or a promise long deferred. "I am Remus Lupin. I was a friend of your parents, James and Lily Potter, and I have been searching for a way to contact you since the day they died." The words hit Harry like a physical blow, carrying with them the weight of years of isolation and the sudden, overwhelming possibility of connection to the parents he had never known. He found himself unable to speak, his throat constricted with emotions he couldn't identify, let alone express. Remus seemed to understand his difficulty, and his expression softened with the kind of gentle patience that suggested he was accustomed to dealing with overwhelming situations and the people caught in them. "I know this must be confusing and frightening for you. Perhaps we could sit somewhere quiet, and I could tell you some stories about James and Lily, about what they were like when they were young, and what they hoped for your future." Director Ragnok gestured toward one of the smaller conference rooms off the main banking hall, and within minutes Harry found himself seated across a polished table from this stranger who claimed to have known his parents. The Goblin director remained present, both as a chaperone and as someone who was clearly interested in what revelations this meeting might produce. "Your father," Remus began, his voice taking on the warm tone of someone sharing treasured memories, "was one of the most loyal friends I have ever known. He was also stubborn, occasionally arrogant, and absolutely brilliant at transfiguration magic. He had this way of making everyone around him feel braver and more capable than they actually were, which is probably why he ended up as head boy at Hogwarts, despite spending most of his school career in detention for pranks that were far too elaborate for his own good. Harry found himself leaning forward, hungry for any detail about the parents who had been nothing more than names and a brief, sanitized story about a car crash for his entire life. Remus seemed to sense his eagerness and continued with the kind of storytelling that brought the past to life in vivid, painful detail. Your mother was the most brilliant witch of her generation, and also the kindest person I ever met. She had red hair that caught the light like flame, and green eyes exactly like yours, and she could make plants grow just by talking to them in this special voice she had. She was also the only person who could make your father stop showing off long enough to actually listen to what other people were saying. The stories continued for nearly an hour, painting pictures of two young people who had been deeply in love, fiercely protective of their friends, and absolutely devoted to fighting against the forces of darkness that had been rising in the magical world during their time. Harry absorbed every word, every detail, every glimpse into lives that had been cut tragically short, but had been filled with the kind of love and purpose that he had never imagined possible. They talked about you constantly during the months before they died, Remus said, his voice taking on a quality that suggested he was sharing something particularly precious and painful. James was convinced you were going to be a Quidditch prodigy, while Lily insisted you were going to be more interested in books and learning. They both agreed that you were going to be extraordinary, not because of any prophecy or magical destiny, but because you were their son, and they were going to make sure you grew up knowing you were loved. Harry felt tears running down his face before he realized he was crying, the accumulated grief and longing of 8 years finally finding expression in the presence of someone who had actually known the people he had been mourning without even understanding what he had lost. Remus reached across the table and took Harry's small hand in his own, his touch gentle but steady in the way of someone who understood both comfort and loss. "They made arrangements for your care," Remus continued, his voice taking on a harder edge that suggested he was moving into more difficult territory. Detailed, specific arrangements that were designed to ensure you would be raised by people who loved you and understood your magical heritage. Those arrangements were never followed. Director Ragnok leaned forward at this, his expression sharpening with professional interest. "You are familiar with the contents of the Potter will, Mr. Lupin?" "I was present when it was written," Remus replied, his tone carrying the weight of someone who had been carrying this knowledge as a burden for years. "James and Lily asked me to witness their signatures, and they made it very clear what they wanted to happen if the unthinkable occurred. Sirius Black was to be Harry's primary guardian, with myself as secondary guardian if anything happened to Sirius. The Dursleys were specifically excluded from any role in Harry's upbringing." The silence that followed this revelation was heavy with implication. Harry felt a complex mixture of validation and fury as he realized that his parents had indeed tried to protect him from exactly the kind of treatment he had received from the Dursleys, but their wishes had been deliberately ignored by those who claimed to be acting in his best interests. "There's more," Remus continued, his expression growing grimmer as he prepared to share information that was clearly both important and dangerous. The will also contained specific provisions for Harry's magical education and financial inheritance that were designed to ensure he would have every opportunity to develop his abilities and understand his heritage. None of those provisions have been honored. Director Ragnok's expression took on the particular quality of someone who was hearing confirmation of suspicions they had held for some time. "And what happened to prevent these arrangements from being implemented, Mr. Lupin?" "Sirius Black was arrested and sent to Azkaban without a trial," Remus replied, his voice tight with old anger and fresh determination. "I was informed that my lycanthropy made me unsuitable as a guardian for a young child. The will was sealed before anyone could challenge these decisions, and Harry was placed with the Dursleys despite the explicit wishes of his parents. Harry looked up sharply at the mention of lycanthropy, his limited knowledge of magical creatures providing just enough context to understand what Remus was telling him. The man who had been his parents' friend, who should have been his guardian, was a werewolf, and that condition had been used as justification for keeping him away from Harry for 8 years. "You're a werewolf," Harry said, his voice carrying no fear or disgust, only a kind of wondering curiosity about how this revelation fit into the larger picture of his stolen childhood. Remus nodded, his expression carefully neutral as he waited to see how Harry would react to this information. "I am. I was bitten as a child, and I transform during the full moon. It's a condition that makes many people uncomfortable and suspicious, which is why it was so easy for those in authority to use it as grounds for excluding me from your life." Harry considered this information with the kind of straightforward acceptance that came from having spent his entire life being treated as something dangerous and unnatural himself. "Did my parents know?" "They knew," Remus confirmed, his voice warming with the memory of acceptance that had clearly meant everything to him. "They not only knew but helped me manage the condition during our school years. James and Sirius actually learned to become animagi, specifically so they could keep me company during transformations and make sure I didn't hurt myself or anyone else." The picture that was emerging was of a group of friends who had been willing to break laws and take significant risks to support each other, who had built the kind of bonds that lasted through war and tragedy and separation. It was also a picture of the kind of love and loyalty that Harry had been systematically denied by those who claimed to be protecting him. "What happened to Sirius?" Harry asked, his voice barely above a whisper as he prepared to hear another story of injustice and abandonment. Remus's expression darkened with anger that had clearly been building for years. "He was accused of betraying your parents to Voldemort and of murdering 13 people in a fit of rage when he was confronted about his crimes. He was arrested and sent to Azkaban without ever receiving a trial, based solely on circumstantial evidence and the testimony of Peter Pettigrew." The name Peter Pettigrew meant nothing to Harry, but Director Ragnarok's reaction suggested that it was significant to the larger story of what had happened to his parents and their friends. "Peter Pettigrew," Ragnarok repeated thoughtfully, "who was reportedly killed in the confrontation with Sirius Black, leaving behind only a finger as evidence of his death." "Peter was our friend," Remus said bitterly. "Or we thought he was. He was the weakest of our group, always looking for stronger people to hide behind, always eager to please whoever seemed most powerful at the moment. If he truly was killed by Sirius, it would be the first brave thing he ever did in his life." The Goblin director leaned back in his chair, steepling his fingers in the gesture that Harry was beginning to recognize as his thinking pose. "Mr. Lupin, what you are describing suggests a pattern of legal irregularities and rushed judgments that goes far beyond what might be explained by the chaos following you-know-who's defeat. Someone was working very hard to ensure that specific outcomes were achieved, regardless of evidence or proper procedure." "Someone wanted to make sure that Harry ended up exactly where he did," Remus agreed, his voice carrying a certainty that spoke of years spent analyzing the same series of events and reaching increasingly disturbing conclusions. "Someone powerful enough to manipulate the legal system, influential enough to override the explicit wishes of the dead, and patient enough to maintain those manipulations for nearly 8 years. Harry found himself thinking about Dumbledore's behavior during the confrontation earlier that day, about the casual assumption of authority and the barely concealed threats when that authority was challenged. The picture that was emerging was of a man who was accustomed to arranging other people's lives according to his own vision of what was best, regardless of what those people might want for themselves. "There's something else," Remus said, his voice taking on the careful tone of someone who was about to share information that might be dangerous to possess. "I've been investigating what happened to your parents, trying to understand how Voldemort found them despite the protective spells that should have kept them hidden. What I've discovered is that someone very close to them had to have betrayed their location." Director Ragnarok's eyes glittered with interest that was both professional and personal. "And what conclusions have you reached regarding the identity of this betrayer? The official story is that Sirius Black was their secret keeper, and that he revealed their location to Voldemort in exchange for power and position," Remus replied. "But I know Sirius, and I know that he would have died before betraying James and Lily. The real secret keeper was someone else, someone who had access to that information and reasons of his own for ensuring that your parents died when they did." The implications of what Remus was suggesting were staggering, but Harry found that they fit perfectly with the pattern of manipulation and control that had characterized every aspect of his treatment since his parents' deaths. Someone had wanted James and Lily Potter dead, had arranged for their betrayal, and had then spent years ensuring that their son remained isolated and powerless. "Can you prove any of this?" Director Ragnarok asked, his voice carrying the practical concern of someone who understood the difference between suspicion and evidence that would stand up in court. "Not yet," Remus admitted, "but Harry's situation has created an opportunity to re-examine all of these old cases. If we can force the unsealing of the Potter will and challenge Sirius's imprisonment, we might be able to expose the entire network of lies and manipulations that has been holding this injustice in place." Harry looked between Remus and Director Ragnarok, seeing in their expressions the same determination that had characterized the Goblins' response to Dumbledore's threats. He was no longer just a victim of systematic abuse and neglect. He was the key to unraveling a conspiracy that had shaped the magical world's response to Voldemort's defeat and had allowed the real criminals to escape justice while innocent people rotted in prison. "What do we need to do?" he asked, his voice steady despite the magnitude of what they were contemplating. "We need to build a case that is so strong and so public that it cannot be dismissed or buried," Ragnarok replied. "We need evidence, we need allies, and we need to be prepared for the fact that those we are challenging will not give up their power without a fight that could put us all in considerable danger." Remus reached across the table and squeezed Harry's hand again, his expression fierce with the kind of protective determination that Harry had never seen directed toward him before. "Your parents died fighting against injustice and corruption, Harry. They would be proud to know that their son was carrying on that fight, not just for himself, but for everyone who has been hurt by the same system that failed you." As if summoned by the weight of their conversation, Griphook appeared at the conference room door with the kind of urgent efficiency that suggested important developments were occurring elsewhere in the bank. His expression was complex, carrying both satisfaction and concern in equal measure. "Director Ragnarok," he said with a bow, "we have received responses to our inquiries about other families who may have experienced similar irregularities in their inheritance management. The results are rather more extensive than we had anticipated." Director Ragnarok stood immediately, his movement carrying the energy of someone who had been waiting for exactly this kind of information. "How extensive, Griphook?" "We have identified at least a dozen families whose wills were sealed or whose inheritance arrangements were altered following deaths that occurred during the war against you-know-who," Griphook replied, his voice taking on the particular quality of someone reporting findings that were both significant and disturbing. In every case, the modifications were authorized by the same individual and resulted in outcomes that differed substantially from the deceased party's expressed wishes. Harry felt a chill run down his spine as he realized that his situation was not unique, that there were other children and other families who had been systematically robbed of their inheritance and their futures by the same network of corruption that had controlled his life. The scope of the conspiracy was far larger than any of them had imagined. "Furthermore," Griphook continued, "we have received a communication from Azkaban prison regarding Sirius Black. It appears that someone has been making inquiries about the possibility of reviewing his case, and the prison authorities have discovered certain irregularities in the records of his arrest and incarceration." Remus stood so quickly that his chair nearly tipped over, his face lighting up with the first genuine hope Harry had seen from him since their conversation began. What kind of irregularities? The kind that suggest he was never properly processed through the legal system and may have been imprisoned without the due process that is supposedly guaranteed to all magical citizens, Griphook replied with the satisfaction of someone who had just confirmed suspicions that had been building for years. Director Ragnarok moved toward the door with the purposeful stride of someone who had just seen all the pieces of a complex puzzle finally falling into place. Gentlemen, I believe we have just been handed the leverage we need to bring this entire affair into the open. Mr. Potter, I hope you are prepared for considerably more attention than you have received thus far. Because what we are about to do will make your case a matter of international interest. Harry looked at Remus, who nodded with the kind of fierce determination that reminded him of the stories he had just heard about his parents. "We're ready," Harry said, his voice carrying a strength that surprised even him. "Let's bring them all down." The emergency session of the Wizengamot convened on a grey Thursday morning in late July, when the ancient chamber beneath the Ministry of Magic filled with an undercurrent of tension that seemed to permeate the very stones of the building. Harry had never imagined that he would find himself at the centre of such a gathering, seated in a witness chair that seemed far too large for his 8-year-old frame, while dozens of the most powerful witches and wizards in Britain debated the fundamental questions of his existence and future. The chamber itself was a marvel of magical architecture, its circular design ensuring that no single position could claim precedence over any other, while the tiered seating arrangement allowed every member of the ancient court to observe both the proceedings and each other with equal clarity. Torches burned in sconces that had been carved from the living rock centuries before, their flames dancing with colours that seemed to shift according to the emotional tenor of the discussions taking place beneath them. Director Ragnarok sat at Harry's right side, his presence both protective and somehow predatory, like a guardian who was prepared to become a weapon at a moment's notice. On Harry's left, Remus Lupin maintained the kind of alert calm that spoke of years spent managing dangerous situations through careful observation and quick thinking. Between them, Harry felt safer than he had at any point since this entire ordeal began, though the weight of scrutiny from the assembled Wizengamot members was unlike anything he had ever experienced. At the center of the chamber, on a raised platform that commanded attention from every angle, sat Chief Warlock Augusta Longbottom, her silver hair arranged in its characteristic vulture-topped hat, and her expression carrying the kind of stern authority that had made her legendary among those who understood magical politics. She had assumed the position only days before, following Dumbledore's resignation under pressure from the mounting scandal surrounding Harry's case, and her first official act had been to call for this emergency review of the sealed Potter will. "The Wizengamot will come to order," Chief Warlock Longbottom announced, her voice carrying the kind of crisp authority that cut through the murmur of conversation that had been building throughout the chamber. "We are gathered today to address a matter of considerable urgency regarding the estate and guardianship of Harry James Potter, and to determine whether the sealing of his parents' will was conducted according to proper legal procedure." The formal language did little to disguise the revolutionary nature of what was taking place. For the first time in living memory, the Wizengamot was being asked to review and potentially reverse a decision that had been made by one of its most senior members, a challenge to authority that carried implications far beyond the immediate question of Harry's welfare. "Before we proceed with the unsealing," Chief Warlock Longbottom continued, her gaze moving across the assembled members with the kind of measured attention that suggested she was taking careful note of who was present and how they were positioning themselves on this crucial issue. "We will hear testimony regarding the circumstances that led to the original sealing and the events that have transpired since that time." The first witness called was Amelia Bones, whose investigation into Harry's situation had provided much of the evidence that made this hearing possible. She approached the witness stand with the confident stride of someone who was accustomed to presenting complex cases to hostile audiences, her aura training evident in every movement and gesture. "Director Bones," Chief Warlock Longbottom said, "please present your findings regarding the guardianship and care of Harry Potter since the death of his parents." Amelia Bones opened a thick file that contained what appeared to be hundreds of pages of documentation, photographs, and official reports. When she began to speak, her voice carried the kind of professional precision that left no room for interpretation or dispute. "My investigation has revealed systematic patterns of neglect, abuse, and deliberate isolation that have characterized Mr. Potter's treatment since his placement with his maternal relatives," she began, her words falling into the chamber's silence, like stones dropped into still water. "The evidence includes medical documentation of chronic malnutrition, untreated injuries, and signs of repeated physical abuse spanning multiple years." She lifted a series of photographs from her file, images that had been taken during Harry's examination by the Goblin healers, and that showed the full extent of the damage that had been inflicted upon him over the course of his childhood. Several Wizengamot members visibly recoiled at what they saw, their expressions shifting from curiosity to horror as the reality of Harry's situation became undeniably clear. "Furthermore," Director Bones continued, her voice taking on a harder edge that suggested she was moving into territory that was both more sensitive and more damning, "my investigation has uncovered evidence of financial irregularities in the management of the Potter estate, including unauthorized withdrawals totaling more than 50,000 galleons over the past 7 years. The murmur that arose from the assembled Wizengamot at this revelation was immediate and intense, carrying notes of shock, outrage, and what might have been fear from those who understood the implications of such systematic theft from a minor's inheritance. "These withdrawals," Director Bones explained, "were all authorized by the same individual, using his position as Mr. Potter's magical guardian to access funds that should have been held in trust until the child reached his majority. No oversight was conducted, no accounting was required, and no justification was ever provided for the removal of these substantial sums." Chief Warlock Longbottom leaned forward in her seat, her expression intensifying with the kind of focused attention that suggested she was hearing confirmation of suspicions she had held for some time. "And who, Director Bones, was the individual who authorized these withdrawals?" "Albus Percival Wulfric Brian Dumbledore," came the reply, delivered with the kind of clinical precision that left no room for misunderstanding or misinterpretation. "Former Chief Warlock of this body, headmaster of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, and Mr. Potter's appointed magical guardian." The silence that followed this identification was complete and profound, as if the very air in the chamber had been holding its breath while waiting for this moment of truth. Harry could see the faces of the Wizengamot members as they absorbed the implications of what they had just heard, their expressions ranging from shock through anger to something that might have been relief at finally having confirmation of rumors that had been circulating for years. "Director Bones," Chief Warlock Longbottom continued, "based on your investigation, what is your professional assessment of the care and protection that Mr. Potter has received during his time with his designated guardians?" "In my professional opinion," Amelia Bones replied, her voice carrying the weight of decades spent investigating crimes against children, "Harry Potter has been subjected to systematic abuse, neglect, and exploitation that would warrant immediate removal from his guardian's care, even if he were not the heir to one of the oldest and most respected families in magical Britain." She paused, allowing the weight of her professional judgment to settle over the chamber before continuing with what was clearly the most damning portion of her testimony. "Moreover, the evidence suggests that this treatment was not the result of ignorance or incompetence, but was deliberately maintained through a system of oversight that prioritized control over welfare and secrecy over accountability." The next witness called was Director Ragnok himself, who approached the witness stand with the kind of measured dignity that reminded everyone present that goblins had been dealing with wizarding politics since long before most of the current generation had been born. His testimony focused on the financial aspects of the case, but his presentation carried implications that went far beyond mere monetary considerations. The Potter family, Director Ragnok began, maintained accounts with Gringotts Bank for over 4 centuries, establishing a relationship of trust and mutual respect that had never been compromised until the events following James and Lily Potter's deaths. He produced a ledger that appeared to contain detailed records of every transaction involving Potter family assets, its pages filled with entries that stretched back through generations of careful financial stewardship. The irregular withdrawals began within 6 months of Mr. Potter's placement with his relatives and continued at regular intervals throughout his childhood. No explanations were provided, no receipts were submitted, and no accounting was ever requested, despite the substantial sums involved. Director Ragnok's voice took on the particular quality of outrage that came from professional pride being systematically violated. In 4 centuries of managing Potter family assets, Gringotts had never been asked to provide funds without proper documentation and justification. The casual dismissal of established procedures represented not merely financial irregularity, but a fundamental breach of the trust that governs all relationships between our institutions. Chief Warlock Longbottom nodded gravely, clearly understanding the broader implications of what the Goblin Director was describing. "And what, Director Ragnok, was your institution's response when these irregularities were brought to your attention?" "We invoked ancient provisions of Goblin law that grant us the authority to provide sanctuary to clients whose assets are being mismanaged or who face threats to their physical welfare," Ragnok replied, with the kind of satisfaction that came from having legal precedent firmly on his side. "Those provisions have protected clients from government persecution, family disputes, and institutional corruption for over 8 centuries, and they remain in full force regardless of any objections that might be raised by external authorities." The testimony continued for nearly 3 hours, with witness after witness providing evidence of the systematic failures and deliberate manipulations that had characterized every aspect of Harry's treatment since his parents' deaths. Remus Lupin spoke about the provisions that James and Lily Potter had made for their son's care and education, describing arrangements that bore no resemblance whatsoever to the reality of Harry's upbringing with the Dursleys. "James and Lily were explicit in their wishes," Remus testified, his voice carrying the weight of friendship and loss that made his words particularly compelling. "They wanted Harry to be raised by people who understood and celebrated his magical heritage, who would ensure he received the best possible education and preparation for his role in magical society. They specifically excluded Lily's sister and her family from any involvement in his upbringing, citing fundamental incompatibilities of values and lifestyle. Healer Ironforge provided medical testimony that painted a devastating picture of chronic neglect and systematic abuse, his clinical descriptions of Harry's injuries and malnutrition creating a record that would be impossible to dispute or dismiss. Other witnesses spoke to the broader pattern of irregularities that had been discovered in the handling of war orphans and inheritance cases, painting a picture of systematic corruption that extended far beyond Harry's individual situation. Throughout all of this testimony, Harry remained silent in his witness chair, overwhelmed by the public airing of the most private and painful aspects of his life, but also profoundly moved by the dedication and courage of those who had chosen to speak on his behalf. The validation of his experiences, the confirmation that his suffering had been real and undeserved, was almost as overwhelming as the abuse itself had been. Finally, after hours of testimony and documentation, Chief Warlock Longbottom called for the central matter to be addressed. "We will now proceed with the unsealing of the last will and testament of James and Lily Potter, executed on October 30th, 1981, the day before their deaths." A goblin clerk approached the witness stand, carrying an ornate chest that seemed to glow with its own internal light, its surface decorated with protective runes that had clearly been designed to prevent any unauthorized access to its contents. The chest was placed on a pedestal that had been positioned to ensure that every member of the Wizengamot would have a clear view of the proceedings. The sealing of this will, Chief Warlock Longbottom announced, was authorized by emergency decree on November 2nd, 1981, citing concerns about political instability and the need to protect sensitive information during a period of ongoing danger. We will now determine whether the contents of this will support the continued validity of that sealing. The magical locks on the chest responded to Chief Warlock Longbottom's authority with a series of soft chimes that seemed to resonate through the chamber like distant bells. The lid opened to reveal a single scroll of parchment that appeared to have been preserved in perfect condition despite the years of magical protection that had surrounded it. Chief Warlock Longbottom lifted the will from its resting place and began to read in the kind of formal voice that was reserved for the most solemn occasions. The words that emerged from the ancient parchment were clear, specific, and completely at odds with every aspect of Harry's actual upbringing. We, James Potter and Lily Potter, née Evans, being of sound mind and body, do hereby set forth our final wishes regarding the care and inheritance of our beloved son, Harry James Potter, in the event of our deaths. The formal language of the will could not disguise the love and careful planning that had gone into every provision. The desperate hope of parents who knew they might not survive to see their child grow up, but were determined to ensure his future was as bright and secure as they could possibly make it. In the matter of guardianship, the will continued, we name Sirius Black as primary guardian, with full authority over all decisions regarding Harry's upbringing, education, and welfare. Should Sirius be unable or unwilling to assume this responsibility, we name Remus John Lupin as secondary guardian, with the same authorities and responsibilities. The reading of these provisions created a stir throughout the chamber, as the assembled Wizengamot members realized that the guardianship arrangements that had been in place for Harry's entire life bore no resemblance whatsoever to his parents' actual wishes. We specifically exclude Lily's sister, Petunia Dursley, and her family from any role in Harry's care, Chief Warlock Longbottom read, her voice taking on added emphasis as she reached this crucial passage. We have observed their hostility toward magic and their treatment of Lily throughout her childhood, and we believe their influence would be harmful to Harry's development and happiness. Harry felt a surge of vindication, so powerful that it was almost physically overwhelming. His parents had known. They had understood what the Dursleys were like, and they had specifically tried to protect him from exactly the treatment he had received. The validation was both liberating and heartbreaking, confirming that his suffering had been entirely preventable. Regarding Harry's education, the will continued, we direct that he be enrolled at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry at the appropriate age, with full financial support for all educational expenses. However, we also direct that he receive supplementary education in Potter family history, magical theory, and practical skills that will prepare him for his eventual role as head of our family line. The financial provisions were equally detailed and specific, establishing trust funds for Harry's education, care, and eventual inheritance that included not only monetary assets, but also family properties, magical artifacts, and business interests that would have provided him with both security and opportunities that he had never even known existed. We entrust the management of these assets to Gringotts Bank, Chief Warlock Longbottom read, with specific instructions that no withdrawals or changes to these arrangements be made without the explicit consent of Harry's designated guardians and regular oversight from the bank's most senior management. The implications of this provision were immediately clear to everyone present. Not only had the unauthorized withdrawals from Harry's accounts been explicitly forbidden by his parents' will, but they had also violated specific instructions regarding oversight and accountability that had been designed to prevent exactly this kind of financial exploitation. Finally, the will concluded, we direct that this document be made public immediately following our deaths, so that our wishes regarding Harry's care may be clearly understood and properly implemented by all parties responsible for his welfare. The silence that followed the completion of the reading was profound and charged with implication. Every person in the chamber understood that they had just heard evidence of a conspiracy that had systematically violated the dying wishes of two of the most respected members of their community, condemning their child to a childhood of abuse and neglect while stealing the resources that had been intended to ensure his happiness and success. Chief Warlock Longbottom set the will aside and surveyed the assembled Wizengamot with the kind of stern authority that had made her legendary in magical politics. The evidence before us is clear and undisputed. The sealing of this will serve no legitimate purpose related to Mr. Potter's safety or welfare. Instead, it facilitated systematic violations of his parents' wishes and enabled the abuse and exploitation of a child who should have been protected by our institutions. She paused, allowing the weight of her words to settle over the chamber before continuing with the kind of pronouncement that would reshape the magical world's understanding of the past 7 years. I hereby declare that the sealing of the Potter will was conducted improperly and maintained illegally. The provisions contained within this document represent the true and legally binding wishes of James and Lily Potter regarding their son's care and inheritance. All arrangements that contradict these provisions are hereby declared null and void. The reaction from the assembled Wizengamot was immediate and overwhelming, a mixture of applause, outrage, and heated discussion as the members absorbed the full implications of what they had just witnessed. Harry found himself at the center of a political earthquake that would reshape not only his own future, but the entire structure of magical society's approach to child welfare and institutional accountability. As the session was called to recess pending formal votes on the various motions that had been proposed, Harry felt Remus's hand on his shoulder and Director Ragnarok's satisfied smile. For the first time in his life, the truth about his situation was public knowledge, and those who had wronged him were facing the consequences of their actions. The war for his freedom was far from over, but this battle had been decisively won. James and Lily Potter's voices had finally been heard, and their son would never again be at the mercy of those who valued control over compassion or secrecy over justice. The real work of building the life his parents had envisioned for him could finally begin. The news reached Azkaban Fortress on a grey August morning, carried not by the usual channels of official communication, but by the kind of magical resonance that occurs when fundamental truths are finally spoken aloud after years of enforced silence. Sirius Black felt it first as a change in the quality of darkness that surrounded his cell, a subtle shift in the oppressive atmosphere that had been his constant companion for nearly 8 years of wrongful imprisonment. The Dementors that guarded the fortress had grown restless over the past several days, their usual patterns of movement disturbed by currents of emotion and memory that seemed to emanate from the outside world with increasing intensity. Sirius had learned to read their moods as a matter of survival, understanding that their agitation often preceded changes in the political climate that affected the magical world beyond his stone walls. But this disturbance was different, carrying with it echoes of names and concepts that had been forbidden to him for so long that hearing them again felt like a physical shock to his system. Harry Potter, the Wizengamot, evidence of innocence, the unsealing of wills. Each fragment of information that filtered through the magical barriers surrounding Azkaban hit him with the force of revelation, painting a picture of events that he had never dared to hope might come to pass. The official notice of his impending release arrived that afternoon, delivered by a ministry clerk whose obvious discomfort with the task suggested that this was not a routine administrative procedure, but rather the implementation of decisions that had been made under considerable political pressure. The parchment bore the seal of the chief warlock of the Wizengamot, and language that was carefully formal in its admission that errors had been made and injustices perpetrated. "Sirius Black," the clerk read in a voice that carried the particular quality of someone who was struggling to maintain professional composure while delivering news that challenged everything he had believed about the magical justice system. By order of the Wizengamot, and pursuant to new evidence regarding the circumstances of your arrest and imprisonment, you are hereby granted immediate release from Azkaban Fortress, pending a full review of your case. The words seemed to echo in the stone corridors of the prison with a resonance that spoke of more than merely administrative procedure. After 8 years of being treated as one of the most dangerous criminals in magical Britain, Sirius was being acknowledged as a victim of systematic injustice, a man whose life had been destroyed by the same forces that had been working to control and manipulate the entire magical world. But even more significant than his own release was the information that accompanied it. Details about the events that had led to this unprecedented reversal of a case that had been considered closed since the day he was arrested. Harry Potter, the child he had been accused of betraying, had not only survived the intervening years, but had finally found allies willing to challenge the network of lies and manipulation that had kept them apart. The journey from Azkaban to the mainland passed in a blur of sensations that Sirius had almost forgotten during his years of imprisonment. The feeling of sunlight on his skin, the sound of wind that was not filtered through stone walls, the sight of colors that existed beyond the grey monotony of his cell. But more than any physical sensation was the overwhelming emotional reality of freedom, the knowledge that he was no longer at the mercy of those who had chosen to believe the worst about him without evidence or trial. Gringotts Bank had sent a carriage to meet him at the docks, a gesture of respect and protection that spoke to the seriousness with which the goblins were taking their role in this unfolding drama. The driver was a goblin whose bearing and equipment marked him as security personnel of the highest caliber, someone who understood that this transportation was not merely a matter of convenience, but potentially a matter of life and death. "Mr. Black," the goblin said, with a bow that was respectful without being subservient, "I am Bloodaxe of Gringotts Security. Director Ragnok has asked me to ensure your safe arrival and to inform you that young Mr. Potter is eagerly awaiting your reunion." The mention of Harry's name sent a surge of emotion through Sirius that was so powerful it almost overwhelmed him. For 8 years he had sustained himself on memories of a laughing baby, a child who had inherited his father's mischievous grin and his mother's bright eyes. The knowledge that this child had not only survived, but was actively working to expose the truth about what had happened to their family was both vindicating and terrifying in its implications. The carriage ride through London provided Sirius with his first extended look at the world he had been removed from, a world that had changed in subtle but significant ways during his imprisonment. The magical district seemed more prosperous, but also more controlled, with evidence of increased ministry oversight and regulation that suggested the defeat of Voldemort had been followed by a period of consolidation rather than liberation. But more striking than any physical changes was the atmosphere of tension and uncertainty that seemed to permeate the magical community. Conversation stopped when the Gringotts carriage passed, replaced by the kind of intense scrutiny that suggested everyone understood they were witnessing a moment of historical significance. Sirius Black's release was not merely the correction of an individual injustice, but a challenge to the entire narrative that had shaped the magical world's understanding of the war and its aftermath. Gringotts Bank itself had been transformed since Sirius's last visit, its security enhanced, and its protocols adjusted to handle the kind of high-profile political situation that his case represented. The goblins who staffed the entrance moved with the alert efficiency of people who understood that they were protecting something far more valuable than mere financial assets, and their treatment of Sirius carried the particular respect that was reserved for those who had suffered great injustices with dignity. Director Ragnok met him personally in the main banking hall, a gesture of honor that was not lost on anyone present. The Goblin Director's expression carried a mixture of satisfaction and grim determination that suggested he viewed Sirius's release as both a victory and the beginning of a much larger campaign for justice. "Mr. Black," Director Ragnarok said, with a bow that acknowledged both Sirius's status as a member of an ancient magical family and his role as a victim of systematic persecution. "Welcome to Gringotts. I trust your journey was not too taxing, considering the circumstances." Sirius managed a smile that felt strange on his face after years of having little reason for such expressions. "Director Ragnarok, I cannot adequately express my gratitude for what you and your institution have done to make this day possible. To know that Harry has found allies who are willing to challenge such powerful forces on his behalf." The Goblin Director's expression softened slightly, taking on the particular quality that suggested he understood the emotional complexity of what Sirius was experiencing. "Young Mr. Potter has shown remarkable courage and wisdom throughout this ordeal, Mr. Black. His strength in the face of systematic abuse and manipulation has been both heartbreaking and inspiring to witness." The mention of abuse sent a chill through Sirius that had nothing to do with the temperature of the banking hall. During his imprisonment, he had sustained himself with the belief that Harry was at least safe and cared for, even if he couldn't be with the people who truly loved him. The knowledge that this fundamental assumption had been wrong, that Harry had suffered while Sirius rotted in Azkaban, unable to help him, was almost too painful to bear. "How bad was it?" Sirius asked, his voice barely above a whisper, as he prepared himself to hear truths that would likely haunt him for the rest of his life. Director Ragnarok's expression grew grave, taking on the kind of careful seriousness that suggested he was about to share information that was both necessary and profoundly disturbing. The full extent of what Harry endured is detailed in the official reports that were presented to the Wizengamot, and I believe he should be the one to decide how much of that information to share with you directly. What I can tell you is that he survived circumstances that would have broken many adults, and he did so while maintaining a fundamental decency and courage that speaks to the quality of his character." The Goblin paused, studying Sirius's face with the kind of attention that suggested he was gauging how much truth could be absorbed at once. "He is eager to meet you, Mr. Black, but I think you should be prepared for the fact that he is not the carefree child you might have expected to find. He has been forced to grow up quickly and to develop strengths that no child should need to possess." Sirius nodded, understanding that whatever reunion awaited him would be both joyful and heartbreaking, a celebration of survival, shadowed by the knowledge of unnecessary suffering. "Where is he now?" "In the sanctuary chambers beneath the bank, where he has been staying since he first sought our protection," Director Ragnarok replied. "He has been preparing for this meeting with considerable anxiety and excitement, and I believe he has many questions about his parents and the events that led to their deaths." The journey through Gringotts' underground passages gave Sirius time to prepare himself emotionally for a meeting that had been 8 years in the making. The corridors were filled with evidence of goblin history and culture, reminders that this was a place where justice and honor were valued above political expediency or personal gain. In seeking sanctuary here, Harry had found himself among beings who understood the difference between what was legal and what was right. The door to Harry's chambers was carved with protective runes that spoke of both security and welcome, symbols that had been crafted to ensure that those within would be safe from any threat, while also being reminded that they were among friends. Director Ragnarok knocked with the kind of respectful formality that acknowledged the significance of what was about to take place. "Harry," came a voice from within, young but carrying a quality of maturity that was both impressive and heartbreaking in someone so small. "Is that my godfather?" The door opened to reveal a boy who was unmistakably James Potter's son, but who carried himself with a dignity and self-possession that spoke of experiences far beyond his years. Harry's green eyes, so like his mother's, held depths of pain and wisdom that no 8-year-old should possess, but they also held hope and determination that reminded Sirius powerfully of both his parents. For a long moment, godfather and godson simply looked at each other, taking in the reality of a meeting that both had dreamed of, but neither had dared to hope would actually occur. Then Harry stepped forward with the kind of careful courage that had apparently characterized his approach to every challenge in his young life. "Sirius?" he said, and there was something in the way he spoke the name that made it sound like a prayer or a promise finally being fulfilled. "I've been waiting to meet you for so long." Sirius dropped to his knees so that he could meet Harry at eye level, his own vision blurred by tears that he had been holding back for 8 years of wrongful imprisonment. When he spoke, his voice carried all the love and regret and fierce protectiveness that had been denied expression for far too long. "Harry," he said, and the single word seemed to contain everything he had wanted to say and do and give to this child who should have been his son in all but blood. "I am so sorry. I'm sorry I couldn't protect you. I'm sorry I couldn't be there for you. I'm sorry that you had to go through everything alone." Harry stepped closer, his small hand reaching out to touch Sirius's face with the kind of gentle curiosity that children display when encountering something they have only imagined. "It wasn't your fault," he said, with the matter-of-fact wisdom that seemed to characterize his approach to the injustices he had endured. "I know now that you were framed, that you tried to protect my parents, but someone else betrayed them." The simple forgiveness in Harry's voice was almost more than Sirius could bear, representing a generosity of spirit that had somehow survived years of abuse and neglect. This child, who had every reason to be bitter and broken, was instead offering comfort to the adult who felt responsible for failing to protect him. "Your parents," Sirius said, his voice thick with emotion as he struggled to find words adequate to the magnitude of what he needed to convey, "loved you more than life itself, Harry. Everything they did, every choice they made, was designed to ensure that you would be safe and happy and surrounded by people who understood how precious you are." Harry's eyes filled with tears that he didn't try to hide. The emotional control he had maintained throughout the political and legal battles of the past weeks finally giving way in the presence of someone who had actually known and loved his parents. "Tell me about them," he whispered. "Tell me everything." And so Sirius began to talk, sharing memories that had sustained him through 8 years of darkness and despair. He told Harry about James Potter's transformation from an arrogant teenager to a man worthy of Lily Evans's love, about the way Harry's father had fought against his own privileged upbringing to become someone who stood up for those who couldn't protect themselves. He spoke about Lily's brilliance and compassion, her ability to see the potential for good in everyone while never compromising her own principles or allowing others to take advantage of her kindness. He described the way she had challenged James to be better than he was naturally inclined to be, and how that challenge had helped him become the kind of man who could be trusted with the responsibility of fighting against dark forces that threatened everything they held dear. "They were planning your future from the moment they knew you were coming," Sirius said, his voice taking on the warmth that came from sharing treasured memories with someone who would understand their significance. "Your father was convinced you were going to be the greatest Quidditch player in the history of the game, while your mother insisted you were going to be more interested in books and learning than flying around on a broom." Harry laughed at this, a sound of pure joy that seemed to fill the underground chamber with light and warmth. "What did you think I was going to be like?" "I thought," Sirius said with a grin that reminded Harry powerfully of the mischievous expression he had seen in old photographs, "that you were going to be trouble, the very best kind of trouble, the kind that makes the world a better place by refusing to accept injustice and mediocrity as the natural order of things." As they talked, Director Ragnarok and Remus Lupin, who had been quietly observing from the doorway, exchanged glances that spoke of shared satisfaction at witnessing this long-overdue reunion. But their expressions also carried awareness that this was only the beginning of a much more complex process of healing and rebuilding that would require time, patience, and considerable courage from everyone involved. "There are legal matters that require attention," Director Ragnok said eventually, his tone apologetic for interrupting such an important moment, but carrying the practical urgency of someone who understood the political realities they all faced. Your release, Mr. Black, while legally valid, has created a situation that will require careful management to ensure both your safety and Harry's continued protection. Sirius nodded, understanding that his freedom was likely to be seen as a threat by those who had profited from his imprisonment and Harry's isolation. What kind of threats are we facing? The same forces that arranged your original imprisonment are still active and still powerful, Remus replied, his voice carrying the grim awareness of someone who had spent years analyzing the political landscape and understanding its dangers. Your release, combined with the public exposure of Harry's treatment, has challenged their authority in ways that they cannot simply ignore or dismiss. Director Ragnok moved to a secure cabinet and withdrew a series of documents that appeared to contain detailed assessments of the current political situation and the various factions that were aligning themselves on different sides of the growing conflict. However, the Goblin director continued, your release has also created opportunities that did not exist before. The Black family fortune, which has been frozen since your imprisonment, is now available to support Harry's needs and to fund the broader investigation into the corruption that has shaped magical society's response to the war. Sirius felt a surge of satisfaction at the thought that his family's resources could finally be used to protect the child who should have been under his care all along. What do we need to do? We need to establish a secure environment where Harry can continue his recovery, while also beginning the magical education that should have started years ago, Remus replied. We need to continue the investigation into the network of corruption and manipulation that has controlled so many aspects of magical society. And we need to prepare for the fact that our enemies will not surrender their power without a fight that could put us all in considerable danger. Harry looked between the three adults who had become his protectors and advocates, seeing in their faces the same determination that had characterized the Goblins' response to Dumbledore's threats. Where will we live? He asked, the question carrying both practical concern and the deeper need to know that he would finally have something approaching a normal home. The Black family home in London has been sealed since my imprisonment, Sirius replied, his expression taking on a mixture of distaste and determination that suggested his relationship with his childhood home was complicated, but ultimately acceptable under the circumstances. It will require considerable work to make it suitable for habitation, but it has protective enchantments that will keep us safe while we figure out our next steps. Director Ragnok nodded approvingly. Grimmauld Place has stood for centuries and has weathered attacks from forces far more dangerous than those currently arrayed against us. With proper preparation and additional protective measures, it could serve as an excellent base of operations for the work that lies ahead. As the afternoon wore on and the practical details of their new life began to take shape, Harry found himself experiencing something he had never known before, the security that came from being part of a family that had chosen to be together rather than been forced to tolerate each other's presence. Sirius and Remus treated him not as a burden to be managed or a problem to be solved, but as a person whose thoughts and feelings mattered and whose future was worth fighting for. There's one more thing, Harry said, as the conversation began to wind down, his voice carrying the particular quality of someone who was about to share information that might be both significant and dangerous. I think I know who really betrayed my parents. The silence that followed this statement was complete and charged with implication. Sirius felt his heart rate accelerate as he realized that the child he had been accused of betraying might hold the key to identifying the real traitor, the person whose actions had destroyed so many lives and allowed the truly guilty to escape justice. Peter Pettigrew, Harry continued, his voice steady despite the magnitude of what he was revealing. Remus told me that he was supposed to be your friend, but that he was always looking for powerful people to hide behind. I think he's still alive, and I think he's been hiding all these years while you took the blame for what he did." Sirius closed his eyes, feeling a mixture of vindication and rage as he realized that his suspicions about Peter's true nature had been correct all along. The weak, snivelling boy who had attached himself to stronger personalities throughout their school years had ultimately revealed his true character in the most devastating way possible. "If Peter is alive," Sirius said, his voice carrying the kind of cold determination that suggested he was prepared to do whatever was necessary to bring the real traitor to justice, "then we're going to find him. And when we do, the entire magical world is going to learn the truth about what really happened to your parents." Harry nodded, his expression taking on the same fierce protectiveness that had characterized his parents' approach to fighting injustice. "We're going to make sure that everyone who hurt people pays for what they did." As the day ended, and plans were made for their departure from Gringotts to begin their new life together, Sirius felt something he had almost forgotten during his years of imprisonment: hope for the future. Harry Potter had not only survived the systematic abuse and manipulation that had characterized his childhood, but had emerged from that ordeal as someone who understood the difference between justice and revenge, between strength and cruelty. Together, they would build the life that James and Lily Potter had envisioned for their son, a life filled with love and learning, and the kind of principled courage that could change the world for the better. The fight was far from over, but for the first time in 8 years, they were fighting it together. The question of Harry's education became the center of heated debate within days of his reunion with Sirius, transforming what should have been a simple matter of enrollment into a complex political battleground that reflected all the larger tensions surrounding his case. The traditional assumption that he would attend Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry was challenged not only by concerns about his safety, but by fundamental questions about whether the institution could provide the kind of education he needed after years of deliberate educational neglect. Grimmauld Place had been transformed from a monument to pure-blood prejudice into something approaching a functional family home, though the process had required both considerable magical intervention and careful negotiation with Creature, the ancient house elf, whose loyalty to the Black family was complicated by decades of conflicting instructions and his own deeply ingrained beliefs about proper wizarding society. The house itself bore the weight of centuries, its rooms filled with artifacts and portraits that spoke to the complex history of one of magical Britain's oldest families. Some of those artifacts had required immediate removal or destruction, their dark magic posing threats that went far beyond mere historical curiosity. But others revealed a heritage of learning and achievement that provided both Sirius and Harry with a deeper understanding of the magical tradition they were inheriting. "The Black family library," Sirius explained, as he led Harry through rooms that had been sealed since his imprisonment, "contains some of the most comprehensive collections of magical theory and practical instruction in existence. Not all of it is pleasant or appropriate for general study, but much of it represents knowledge that has been accumulated over generations of magical practitioners who understood the importance of education in maintaining family power and influence." Harry moved through the ancient rooms with the kind of careful attention that had become characteristic of his approach to new experiences, absorbing details and asking questions that revealed both natural intelligence and the kind of systematic thinking that suggested he had been teaching himself to learn, despite the educational deprivation he had experienced with the Dursleys. "Some of these books," he observed, examining titles that ranged from basic magical theory to advanced treatises on subjects he had never heard of, "seem like they would be dangerous if someone read them without proper preparation." Sirius nodded approvingly, pleased to see that Harry understood the difference between knowledge that was merely advanced and knowledge that could be actively harmful in untrained hands. "That's exactly the kind of judgment that will serve you well as you begin your magical education. The ability to recognize your own limitations and seek appropriate guidance is more valuable than raw intelligence or natural talent." Remus, who had been working to catalogue and organize the educational resources available to them, looked up from a pile of curriculum guides and assessment materials that represented various approaches to magical education. The question we need to address is whether traditional magical schooling is the best option for Harry, given both his unique circumstances and the political realities we're facing. The political realities were indeed complex and potentially dangerous. Dumbledore's removal from his position as headmaster had created a power vacuum at Hogwarts that was being filled by competing factions within the Board of Governors, some of whom were sympathetic to Harry's cause, while others remained loyal to the old arrangements that had allowed systematic corruption to flourish unchallenged. "Professor McGonagall has been appointed as interim headmistress," Sirius reported, consulting a letter that had arrived that morning from the school, "and she has sent personal assurances that Harry would be welcomed and protected if he chose to enroll for the coming term. However, she also acknowledges that his presence would likely create considerable disruption and potentially put other students at risk." Harry considered this information with the kind of mature thoughtfulness that continued to amaze the adults who were working to rebuild his life. What kind of risk would I be putting other students in? The same forces that have been working to control your life are not going to simply accept defeat and move on to other projects, Remus explained, his voice carrying the grim awareness of someone who had spent years studying the political landscape and understanding its dangers. Your presence at Hogwarts would make the school a target for various forms of pressure, manipulation, and potentially direct attack. The house elf creature appeared in the doorway with the sudden materiality that characterized his species, his ancient face carrying its usual expression of disapproval, mixed with reluctant duty. "Master Sirius," he announced in his creaky voice, "there are visitors at the door claiming to represent various educational institutions. Creature has told them that the noble black family doesn't receive unsolicited callers, but they persist in their attempts to gain entrance." Sirius exchanged glances with Remus that spoke of shared understanding about the implications of this development. Word had clearly spread through the educational community that Harry Potter was in need of schooling, and various institutions were apparently competing for the prestige and political advantages that would come from educating the most famous child in the magical world. "What kind of institutions?" Sirius asked, though his tone suggested he could guess the nature of at least some of the competing offers. Representatives from Beauxbatons Academy of Magic, Durmstrang Institute, and several smaller private academies that specialize in individualized instruction for children of distinguished families, Creature replied with the kind of precision that suggested he had been listening carefully to the conversations taking place on his doorstep. Harry looked between Sirius and Remus with an expression that mixed curiosity with apprehension. "Are those good schools?" "They're different schools," Remus replied diplomatically, "each with their own strengths and particular approaches to magical education. Beauxbatons emphasizes elegance and refinement in magical practice, while Durmstrang focuses on practical applications and what they call realistic approaches to magical conflict." The diplomatic language couldn't disguise the fact that Durmstrang's reputation included a historically tolerant attitude toward the darker aspects of magical practice, while Beauxbatons was known for producing graduates who were skilled but sometimes overly concerned with style over substance. "However," Sirius added, "there's also the option of private tutoring, which would allow us to design an educational program specifically tailored to your needs and interests, while maintaining the security and flexibility that our current situation requires." This possibility had considerable appeal, particularly given the unique circumstances of Harry's background and the need to address not only his magical education, but also the gaps in his general knowledge that had resulted from years of educational neglect at the hands of the Dursleys. "The Goblins have offered to provide instruction in magical finance, property law, and the practical aspects of managing inherited wealth and responsibility," Remus noted, consulting notes he had been taking during various conversations about educational options. "Director Ragnarok has also mentioned that there are goblin tutors who specialize in magical history from perspectives that are not typically included in traditional wizarding curricula. The prospect of learning magical history from goblin perspectives was particularly intriguing, given what Harry had already learned about the ways in which official histories could be manipulated to serve political purposes. Understanding the full complexity of magical society's development would be crucial for someone who was likely to play a significant role in its future evolution. There are also practical considerations, Sirius continued, his voice taking on the protective quality that had characterized his approach to all decisions regarding Harry's welfare. Private tutoring would allow us to control who has access to you and to ensure that your education proceeds at a pace that takes into account the trauma you've experienced and the healing process that is still ongoing. Harry nodded, understanding that his educational needs went beyond simply learning spells and magical theory. The years of systematic abuse and isolation had created gaps in his development that would require careful attention and patient remediation. "What subjects would I need to study?" he asked, his voice carrying the kind of eagerness for learning that had survived despite his experiences with the Dursleys' attempts to discourage any form of intellectual curiosity. Remus smiled at the question, clearly pleased to see Harry's natural enthusiasm for knowledge beginning to emerge as he felt safer and more secure in his environment. Traditional magical education includes transfiguration, charms, potions, defense against the dark arts, herbology, astronomy, and history of magic. But we would also want to include subjects that might not be covered in a traditional curriculum. Such as, Harry prompted, his interest clearly engaged by the possibility of learning about topics that went beyond the standard requirements. "Magical law and governance," Sirius replied, "which will be crucial for someone who is likely to inherit significant political responsibilities. Magical creature studies, which will help you understand the broader magical community beyond just wizarding society. Advanced magical theory, which will give you the foundation to understand and develop new applications of magical principles." The educational program that was taking shape represented a comprehensive approach to preparing Harry not just for academic success, but for the kind of leadership role that his heritage and circumstances seemed to be pushing him toward. It was an ambitious undertaking that would require careful coordination among multiple tutors and considerable resources. "We've also been approached by several individuals who have offered their services as private tutors," Remus added, consulting another set of letters that had arrived over the past several days. "Some of these offers are from people with impressive credentials and genuine concern for your welfare, while others appear to be motivated by less altruistic considerations." The process of vetting potential tutors had revealed the extent to which Harry's case had become a matter of public interest and political calculation. Everyone seemed to understand that the person who educated Harry Potter would have considerable influence over his development and, by extension, over the future direction of magical society. "Professor Flitwick has written personally to offer instruction in charms and magical theory," Sirius noted, "and his letter suggests genuine concern for your educational development rather than political opportunism. Professor Sprout has made a similar offer regarding herbology, with particular emphasis on the healing properties of various magical plants." These offers from Hogwarts faculty members were particularly significant, representing a willingness to provide educational support despite the political complications that such assistance might create for their careers and institutional relationships. "There's also this," Remus said, holding up a letter that bore elegant handwriting and expensive parchment. "An offer from Narcissa Malfoy to provide instruction in pure-blood etiquette and social protocols, along with what she describes as the practical aspects of managing inherited wealth and social position." Harry's reaction to this offer was immediate and complex, his face showing a mixture of curiosity and wariness that suggested he understood both the potential value and the possible dangers of such instruction. "Is she trustworthy?" he asked, demonstrating the kind of caution that had apparently become second nature during his years of navigating hostile environments. "Narcissa Malfoy is complicated," Sirius replied after a moment of consideration. She's my cousin, and while we've disagreed about many things over the years, she has never been personally cruel or vindictive in the way that some other members of our extended family have been. Her offer might be genuine, or it might be an attempt to gain influence over your development for reasons of her own. The question of trust had become central to all decisions about Harry's education and future, given the systematic betrayals and manipulations that had characterized his life since his parents' deaths. Every offer of assistance had to be evaluated not only for its educational merits, but also for the motivations and loyalties of those making the offers. "What do you think we should do?" Harry asked, his voice carrying the particular quality of someone who understood that this decision would shape not only his immediate future, but potentially his entire life trajectory. Sirius and Remus exchanged glances that spoke of shared understanding about the weight of responsibility they carried in guiding this decision. They were not merely choosing educational options for a child, they were helping to determine the kind of person Harry would become and the kind of influence he would ultimately have on the magical world. "I think," Sirius said finally, "that we should design a program that combines the best aspects of several different approaches. Private tutoring for core subjects, with carefully selected instructors who have proven their competence and integrity. Specialized instruction from goblins and other magical creatures to provide perspectives that are typically excluded from traditional curricula. And periodic social interaction with other young people to ensure that you don't become isolated from your own generation. This hybrid approach would be complex and expensive, but it would also provide the kind of comprehensive education that would prepare Harry for the multifaceted challenges he was likely to face in the future. We would also want to include practical training in magical defense and combat," Remus added. "Not because we expect you to seek out conflict, but because the reality of your situation is that conflict may seek you out regardless of your preferences." Harry nodded gravely, understanding that the same forces that had controlled his childhood were unlikely to simply accept his liberation without attempting to reassert their influence through various means, some of which might involve direct threats to his safety. "There's one more consideration," Sirius said, his voice taking on the particular quality that suggested he was about to raise a topic that was both important and potentially uncomfortable. "Your magical abilities have been suppressed for years, and as those suppressions break down, you may experience periods of instability and unpredictable magical manifestations. Any educational program we design will need to take this into account and provide support for managing these changes." The reminder of his artificial magical suppression brought back memories of the floating teacup incident that had led to his escape from the Dursleys, and Harry felt a mixture of anger and determination as he considered the full extent of what had been done to control and limit his development. "How long will it take for my magic to return to normal?" he asked, his voice carrying the kind of clinical curiosity that suggested he was approaching this as a practical problem to be understood and managed rather than a source of fear or anxiety. "Healer Ironforge estimates that the process could take anywhere from several months to several years," Remus replied, "depending on how extensively your abilities were suppressed and how your magical core responds to the removal of those constraints. During that time, you may experience anything from minor fluctuations in your spell casting to major magical outbursts that could be dangerous to yourself and others." The prospect of unpredictable magical manifestations added another layer of complexity to the educational planning, requiring not only academic instruction, but also careful monitoring and support for what was essentially a medical condition created by years of systematic magical abuse. "However," Sirius added, "there are techniques and training methods that can help you learn to recognize and manage magical instability as it occurs. Part of your education will focus on developing the self-awareness and control techniques that will allow you to handle these fluctuations safely." As the afternoon wore on and the various educational options were discussed in increasing detail, Harry found himself feeling something he had never experienced before. genuine excitement about learning. The prospect of studying subjects that actually interested him, taught by people who cared about his development and success, was so different from his previous educational experiences that it felt almost like discovering a new form of magic. "When would we start?" he asked, his eagerness clearly audible in his voice. "As soon as we can make the necessary arrangements," Sirius replied with a smile that reflected his pleasure at seeing Harry's enthusiasm. "Though I think we should begin with some basic assessments to determine exactly what you already know and what areas need the most immediate attention." The assessment process would undoubtedly reveal the full extent of the educational damage that had been inflicted by years of deliberate neglect, but it would also provide a foundation for building the comprehensive program that would prepare Harry for his future responsibilities and opportunities. "There's one last thing," Remus said, his tone taking on the particular gravity that suggested he was about to raise a topic that was both sensitive and important. "Any educational program we design should also include time and space for you to simply be a child, to play and explore and make mistakes without the weight of destiny and political significance attached to every action." Harry looked at him with the kind of surprised gratitude that suggested this consideration had not occurred to him but was deeply welcome. "Thank you," he said simply, the words carrying more weight than their simplicity might suggest. "You've been forced to grow up far too quickly," Sirius added. "And while we can't undo the experiences that created that premature maturity, we can try to ensure that your future includes the kind of joy and discovery that should be part of every childhood." As the day ended and plans were made to begin implementing the educational program that had been designed through their discussions, Harry felt a sense of anticipation and possibility that he had never known before. For the first time in his life, his future was being planned by people who cared about his happiness and success, rather than their own convenience and control. The fight against the forces that had stolen his childhood was far from over, but now he would face that fight armed with knowledge, skills, and the support of people who had chosen to stand with him. The education he was about to receive would prepare him not just for academic success, but for the kind of leadership that could help ensure that other children would never have to endure what he had experienced. Learning, he was beginning to understand, was not just about acquiring knowledge, but about developing the tools necessary to create positive change in the world. And for the first time in his life, he was eager to begin that process,